Morning all, our guests are with us, and good morning to our founders president sir. Sir, we are just going to start uh, the proceeding. Sir, please welcome to all guests.
Morning,
Student, please
Founder
sit down.
President, sir. Welcome, sir. Founder President, sir. Welcome. Good morning.
Kapoor, here is Founder President. Welcome, sir.
Sir, good morning.
Jal
Good
Kapoor,
morning,
welcome.
sir. What a pleasure seeing you.
Jal Kapoor, welcome. welcome.
What a pleasure seeing you, sir.
So, Jal Kapoor, good morning and welcome. Thanks
Sir,
for
good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Navneet.
The birth giver of all this program.
Very nice. No, sir. It's yours, entirely your, should I say, vision.
Right. But I'm very glad that Navneet Bhushan ji is here with us, and that is a great enrichment for my students. He is an extremely capable person in wargaming, and also he is a great patent expert. I didn't know earlier, he is a great patent expert, IPR expert.
Super.
Dr. Namati, I asked Smita Sahu to also join,
Right, sir. Right, sir.
because then they can also counsel later on.
Right. So, shall we start the program, sir?
Yes, if they are all ready. Dr. Murthy,
Yes, sir.
we have a very high-powered delegation from Uzbekistan. 2 ministers are there,
Right.
together with 2, 3, 4 persons, and Mr. Amol Chauhan is on round with co-chair of the campus.
Right.
And I have told them before they depart, for a few minutes they should talk to you this program. Co-chair I brief and introduce them so that they must say that what I may do it also in my Tashkent and Dubai campus, this program.
We'll do that, sir. We will meet them.
So Sonia, that co-chair will bring with Amolji the delegation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Learning is not attained by chance. It must be sought to, for, with ardor, and attended with diligence. On that note, I, Padma Angmo, student of MTech Defense Technology, wish a very good morning and extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest to the inaugural program of 3 days warfare workshop starting from today. We are fortunate to have with us today our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Dr. W. Selvamurthy, Chairman, Amity Institute of Defense Technology, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, Director General, Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation, and Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh. We also have with us Lieutenant General Dr. S.K. Gadiok, sir, AVSM, retired, Vice Chairman, Amity Institute of Defense Technology, Vice President, ASTIF, and Director General, AIDSS. Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey and Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Noida. We also have with us Lieutenant General Dr. Anil Kapoor, Director General, AIDT. Mr. Navneet Bhushan, sir, Founder Director, Graffiti Consulting, and the eminent scientist from Institute of System Studies and Analysis, ESA DRDO, Dr. Sumant Mukherjee, Scientist G, and Officiating Director, ESA DRDO, Dr. Arun Dayal, Scientist F, Dr. Ichha Shankar Sharma, Scientist E, Dr. Sumanta Kumar Das, Scientist E, and Dr. Anand Prakash, Scientist D. I also welcome the respected senior members of the institution, faculty members, and dear friends. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity as sunlight expels the darkness. Similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. To make this morning a blessed one by seeking blessings of Goddess Saraswati, I invite Dr. W. Selvamurthy, sir, Lieutenant General S.K. Gadiok, sir, Professor Neeraj Kumar, sir, along with senior members, along with our guest, to come forward for the lighting of the lamp.
सम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं
Thank you so much, all. Keeping in mind Amity tradition, we would now welcome our guest with a sapling as it signifies life and growth. May I request respected Lieutenant General S.K. Gadiok, sir, and Dr. W. Selvamurthy, sir, to present the sapling to our guests. Mr. Pradeep Bhushan, sir. Sapling. Dr. Sumanta Mukherjee. Dr. Sumanta Mukherjee. Dr. Arun Dayal. Dr. Ichha Shankar Sharma. Dr. Sumanta Kumar Das. Okay, Dr. Anand Prakash. Thank you so much, sir. We have Lieutenant Dr. Anil Kapoor, AVSM, VSM, retired, Director General AIDT and Senior Vice President, Ritanand Balved Education Foundation, RBEF. Sir, I would like you to address our audience, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable Founder President, respected Chancellor and Vice Chancellor, Dr. Selvamurthy, General Dr. S.K. Gadiok, Mr. Navneet, the main key player for wargaming, simulation and strategy, and Dr. Mukherjee, guests from DRDO, AIDT Scholar Warriors. I'd like to call you Scholar Warriors because today you will don the robe of a warrior and think through the nuances of wargaming. Ladies and gentlemen, today is yet another red letter day in MIT University in general and MIT Institute of Defense Technology in particular, when we start one of the most important workshops of MTech in Defense Technology on wargaming strategies and simulation by Mr. Navneet. I must start by saying that this was the vision of the Honorable Founder President, that at the earliest moment we start wargaming and simulation, we should have Mr. Navneet coming for a face-on-face session so that the students get a first-hand view of hows and whys of wargaming, because online is online. It's a quirk of fate, therefore, that something that we had planned earlier has happened on the weekend of Christmas. And the other quirk is that I am doing it online while others are doing it face on face. But that said, I think it's a great day for all of us that Mr. Navneet and the team is in our midst. Mr. Navneet, though needs no introduction, he's been part of us for some time, but he's been an illustrious scientist till 2008, during which he not only did a lot of wargaming and simulation, he authored a book on strategic decision making at a time when strategic decision making was not very well known. And therefore, it became one of the best sellers and continues to be one, being one of its kind. Something that we have recommended for our students also to read and absorb. Thereafter, 2008, when he superannuated from DRDO, he became an entrepreneur, and I think Graffiti Consultants, which he's founded, is coming of age. Perhaps he was much ahead of time when he christened it in IIM Bangalore, and today the world realizes the importance of wargaming and simulation as a way of not only saving a huge amount of exchequer, but also using technology to play scenarios, responses, and analyze outcomes for a very robust strategy. So today, I think it's very important for us to realize the importance of wargaming and simulation. And the scholar warriors, I'd like to tell you that you've heard me, you've heard Jal Bal, you've heard Rear Admiral Pandey, you've heard Air Commodore S.P. Singh speak about the uniformed impact of warfare and how it is fought. You also heard Mr. Navneet over the last few days on modeling and simulation of warfare and what goes into it. So today, as you move on to do a very important workshop wherein you will understand as to what is the geostrategic compulsion and how does one reach to a decision for a war, how the diplomacy fails or diplomacy remains challenged and the use of force or military might is taken by the state as an arm or an instrument of decision making at the highest level. You'll also learn as to what are those early indicators that war is imminent and late indicators that it's about to happen. How do we mobilize for operations? How does the whole nation ginger up for this? And at the tactical level, how is warfare planned? How does decision making happen? And how is it executed? I'd like to leave with you 5 thoughts this morning as you move on to learn wargaming, simulation, and strategy. The first is, remember, war is a mind game. It is won and lost in the minds of the commanders who fight and commanders at all levels. The 9-inch space or so between our ears is where victory and defeat happens. We all know, recently we celebrated the Vijay Divas on 16th of December. General Niazi, maybe a very illustrious general of the Pakistan Army, surrendered in Dhaka with 95,000 troops. which is an example, it's a study in itself, how with so much of manpower, combat manpower, can a mind give up? So therefore, the importance of analyzing the what ifs of various scenarios is so important for all commanders, and wargaming is perhaps the best way of analyzing what if something happens. How do you respond? Because warfare is all about maneuver. And in 1971, what India achieved and the world saw was an operational art of maneuver warfare. How, with a small force, we defeated a large force because we attacked the mind of the enemy commander, General Niazi. He was mentally paralyzed to think beyond a surrender. And that is what you have to think when you do warfare and simulation. You have to think of defensive and offensive scenarios on mobile defense. And I'm sure Mr. Navneet will excite you with a lot of such situations by giving you what we popularly called whites as to what is the scenario, how is it being built, and you will be exposed to scenario building, making plans, fighting the plans, modifying the plans. And let me tell you, no plan stands the first bullet. The moment the first bullet is fired, all plans are consigned to graves. Then it is the dexterity of your what ifs, your wargaming, your mental mobility which counts. And therefore, when you make a wargaming and simulation, you have to make sure that you excite the minds of those who are going to play a war game so that they turn out to be successful commanders. And that's the importance of this subject in MTech and defense technology. I often play chess with the computer. That's my best pastime for quite some time now. And I marvel the students and those who created this software, because I've never been able to beat the computer. Never, ever. We have sessions for hours sometimes, but the computer always wins, which shows that perhaps there's a lot of power in wargaming and simulation. And therefore, the first lesson I want to give you is think about creating an illustrious and a formidable wargaming simulation package with Mr. Navneet. The second is maneuver, which I talked of, is all about physics. There's a lot of science in it. A lot of technology is definitely there, but there's a lot of science. The Newton's laws, the pivot of maneuver. We talk of pivots of forces. We hold ground through a pivot. And then we have a maneuver arm. We talk of fulcrums. We talk of momentum of a force, a sheer force which can really create wonders, which can paralyze minds, the way I said a little while from now. And therefore, there's a book called Maneuver Warfare by Atkins, something that I did a minor project during my staff college way back in 1993. It's a very old book, but perhaps the best one written on maneuver warfare by Atkins. I will want my scholar warriors to get hold of this book and read it and learn the science behind maneuver warfare as you do wargaming and simulation. The third issue I'd like to bring out is maneuver itself. Maneuver is something that is, firstly, you generate a maneuver, and when we talk of physics, it is all about movement. It's all about time, space, and movement. And therefore, you have to learn how does mobilization happen? How does logistics play a role? How does supply chain play a role? So there's a lot of management which goes into maneuver. It is not just pure maneuvers. You'll have to understand the complete nuances of how a defensive and offensive operation happens. What are those peacetime activities which are so important in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of training? And therefore, while you do wargaming and simulation, you must keep these factors of how to generate maneuver in mind. And therefore, remember that there is maneuver warfare and attrition warfare. Attrition warfare talks of a man-to-man contact. How many casualties? How many killed? How many captured? Whereas maneuver warfare talks of victory. And therefore, in 71 war, while Pakistan was looking at attrition, numbers, we were looking at maneuver and the importance thereof, therefore, of maneuver. So when you do wargaming simulation, look at the art of maneuver warfare. The fourth I'd like to tell you is it is mathematics. Warfare and simulation is mathematics. Warfare is a probabilistic event. Every action, there are tangibles and intangibles. Leadership is a huge intangible. But the distance on ground is a tangible. And you have to follow the Newton's law. You can't beat them. Therefore, you have to understand the mathematics behind wargaming simulation. The algorithms that go into it, and Mr. Navneet will tell you about them. The probabilistic alpha, beta, gamma filters, Kalman filters, adaptive Kalman filters. The theories on probability of events. You will be given initial conditions and boundary conditions. Combat ratios, which are important till the battle is joined, and combat force regeneration, which becomes so important once the battle is joined. So, exciting times in mathematics for you. And last, my fifth point is wargaming and simulation is a global challenge today. Globally, I can tell you, and we have Director Issa here with us, no country has been able to do a good warfare and simulation package, except we have one from US, one from UK, one from Germany, and one from Israel, which covers the complete spectrum from tactics to strategy. In fact, the one done by Germany also takes into account the government and the war game with the government, leading to a situation which finally results in deployment of troops in the ground and maneuver warfare. So therefore, it's a huge, huge challenge. And during my discussion with Mr. Navneet, we decided that let us look at a one-year major project that you'll do to create a theme, a thesis on how to create a strategic war game, a formidable strategic war game. And Issa, Amity, and Navneet, I think together we can meet this challenge to give India a good wargaming package and become one globally acclaimed. So today, as we start this workshop, I'd like to wish you the best, all my scholar warriors of Amity, and the faculty the best, and of course, Mr. Navneet. We look forward to a great time together, where together we make a difference which India needs. Atmanirbharta. Thank you and all the best.
My dear MTech students, before Ajal Kapoor might have to run to his meetings, one day he contacted me with a very great dilemma. Sir, I am a great dilemma. The Ministry of Defense has invited me to be an important member of a very high-power meeting, high-power committee, and I would need few weeks to work there. But on the other side, I am very much emotional to my students. What should I do? And he confidentially told me the theme which this committee will attend. I told that is also for the nation building and also in the favor of amity. So you go. And then I would be requesting more time from Subhamurthy and Jalgadiyok. We will keep the flag high till you come back. Jal Kapoor, we are so proud that you brought, you identified, you thought Navneet Sehgal and Navneet Bhushanji, he will be having 38 lectures, partly online, partly physically. And what I came to know today, Navneet ji se baat karunga, is that his strategic decision making, Jal Kapoor, his next workshop, I would like to have for 15, 20, 25 sessions on this strategic making, again, management war, and I think nobody can be better than that. His book has been published in 2004. My people have already told that we are getting it for you, sir. So my compliment to my students. They will make the history. People will search for them. My compliment to Jal Kapoor. My great respect to Sulamurthy and also Jal Gadyok and Neeraj. I think with the students, I'll speak later, but I don't know how long Kapoor can stay here. But Kapoorji, my great regard and compliment for this visionary, what you say, attack to get this course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Founder President. Sir, I'd also like to mention that Professor M.S. Prasad, who's one of the illustrious professors with us, he's also been part of ESA, and actually Mr. Navneet and him, they worked together, and he's the one who brought him on the center stage for us. So I would like to thank Professor M.S. Prasad as well today that Mr. Navneet is with us. And I think with your visionary landscape, there is much more that we can achieve in terms of strategic decision making, strategic thinking, and of course, wargaming. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, I have an appointment at 11 o'clock. I've got it rescheduled to 11:30.
I know you rush now. I knew that. You
If the founder permits me, sir, I will be online. I'll keep listening in between, sir. I told Mr. Navneet also that there's a recording which I'll listen to. And in any case, we are in touch, sir.
Right. Dr. Sulamurthy, our worthy ministers from Uzbekistan are with us. What a great fortune that we have here. They were on a round of the campus. I requested Mr. Amol Chauhan to bring them for a few minutes here. My very respected Honorable Minister and the delegation, my heartiest welcome. We are so proud to have you here, that you spared your time. Yesterday they were at the embassy of Uzbekistan, and now I think Mr. Amol will just introduce about their visit and about our activities before we go further. Why I'm telling it also for my MTech student, this is important. That is a very geopolitical important area nowadays, Uzbekistan. Mr. Amol Chauhan, he is my strategic advisor in the foundation.
Let me introduce Mr. Amol Chauhan first.
Sure.
Because as students, you may not be aware that we have such young leadership in Amity. He is the youngest son of Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and he is also the executive director strategy in the founder president office, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan's office. And he makes plans, strategies, and competitive intelligence gathering, and how do we do internationalization across. He's looking after the Tashkent campus as well. And he's also spearheading our venture capital, Amity Venture Capital. He is a product of Harvard, and he had, when he passed out from Amity International Schools, which he studied right from the class 1 to class 12, then he was looking for admissions. So at that time, he had admission in 10, Harvard, Stanford, like this, MIT. So then founder president said he will go to Harvard, because that was close to his heart as well. So he's a product of Harvard, and we are very happy to welcome a high-powered delegation from the Ministry of Uzbekistan, Government of Uzbekistan. And we want to do a lot of collaboration with you, sir. And Excellency, welcome to Amity. Now over to Mr. Amol Chauhan to introduce the distinguished guests.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sulamurthy, and our distinguished colleagues from DRDO, faculty and students. It gives me a great privilege and honor to introduce our delegation from Uzbekistan, which is a country that is very, very close to my heart, to founder president hearts, and to everyone's heart in Amity, because we have met the people of the government there, how determined they are, how disciplined they are in wanting to achieve good for the youth is an inspiration, and that drives us and motivates us to do more and more collaboration with them. So I would like to welcome First Deputy Minister of IT. Welcome, sir. Welcome to Amity campus. And we would request you to say a few words, please.
Honorable Minister, just to introduce, they are our brilliant students who are doing master's program in technology, MTech Defense Technology, which the first batch we have introduced. Founder President took this initiative to give our indigenous development of technologies we should have our own people, human resource. So now Amity is in this mission of, there are 70 students undergoing in both this campus as well as Haryana campus, undergoing masters in defense technology, MTech defense technology. So let's give a big hand to the Deputy Minister from the university, from the government of Uzbekistan. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for today. It's the best morning maybe of my life, because now I'm understand that Amity, it's a big, it's the perfect university in the world, and this what you're doing here, it's the perfect work, and all the world are waiting for you for this technology, for scientists, for anything else. And we spoke with my colleagues that we live now in Taj Palace, and I want to live here in Amity to understand all the process, what you are doing here. And thank you so much. That's we are a little and small part of Amity family. And I hope that our part will be developed, and we need it with you. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your kind words. And right now, time is short, and you have a meeting at the Ministry of IT. So we will not keep you long. And I would also like to welcome Deputy Director of IT Park with us. Thank you so much for coming. And we are so happy that you came to campus today. Thank you.
Amolji, little briefing about your wonderful university in Tashkent. What is students and what a great university you have made it there.
Yes, in Tashkent, we have with the collaboration with the Ministry of IT and under the patronage of Ministry of IT in Uzbekistan, we have set up Amity University Tashkent with more than 800 students and programs focused on IT, but also in management, economics, and tourism. And we are so proud that we are in discussions now to further increase the size of the campus and to allow many more students to take part in Amity University Tashkent.
Only how many students are presently visiting your campus from Tashkent?
Right now, there were 5. Yes, 5.
How many people you have given the degree and convocation?
Yes, there were 5 students who got the degree in the convocation, representing the students from Tashkent, and more than 200 will now graduate this year.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Mr. Amolji. And Excellencies, so welcome to India and welcome to Amity. I hope you'll have a comfortable stay here. We want to expand, deepen our relationship with Uzbekistan and also with you and your departments. And the internationalization is the forerunner in all our educational system. So we want to expose our students as well as we will expand our presence over there. Thank you and welcome. Thank you. Let's give a big clap to our visiting delegation once again. Continue. Sorry for this interruption. And this is they should know, all of you, the brilliant students. So that is why Founder President took this, the opportunity to expose the ministers to you. And we have our campus in Tashkent. You can go. Some of you might go there to do some work in the Uzbekistan defense technology collaboration. So there are a lot of opportunities in Amity. You can go to US, Dubai, Mauritius, Singapore, London, Romania, China, US, all these places we have Amity. So we will expose you. One of the big mission of Founder President is that every student of Amity should get an exposure to a foreign campus, because Founder himself was there 28 years in Germany. So this is that's why we just brought the delegation here. Now we will continue with the program. Over to you.
I would like to thank Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan and our Lieutenant General Anil Kapoor, sir, for the address. It is always motivating to listen to you, sir. Thank you so much. I now request Lieutenant General S.K. Gadiok, sir, Vice Chairman, Amity Institute of Defense Technology, Director General, Amity Institute of Defense and Strategic Studies, Vice President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, and Commandant, Amity Institute of Education and Training for a welcome address. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Firstly, thank you very much, Padma. I think you're speaking extremely well. You're from Leh? Excellent. It's so nice to descend from those beautiful heights of our northernmost part of the country and to come and participate, actually, to attend the Amity Institute of Defense Technology. Firstly, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Most Venerable Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan ji, Founder President, Amity Education Group, Dr. Atul Chauhan ji, Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Navneet Bhushan, Founder Director, Crafty Consulting, Dr. Suman Mukherjee, Scientist, G Institute Systems Studies and Analysis, Mr. Arun Dayal, Mr. Arun Prakash, Mr. Sumanta Das, and Mr. Isha Sharma, who happen to be also one of my students at Defense Services Staff College, Wellington. And I like the way you are today. Feel very proud you're wearing the Staff College tie. A very hearty welcome to each one of you to the fine galaxy of guests. Ladies and gentlemen, a big ovation to the guests who have come here today. Thank you so much. Today, we are extremely grateful that on behalf of the Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, we welcome each of our distinguished guests to Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to conduct a unique workshop on warfare simulation for the brilliant Amity students of the MTech Defense Technology course, who have indubitably, without doubt, been the most dynamic future entrepreneurs of the defense industry of our nation. I can say without doubt that whatever has been spoken about by Honorable Founder President Sir, as also General Anil Kapoor and Dr. Salva Murthy, you shall be, of course, hearing the guests be able to tell you the pearls of wisdom of warfare simulation, but each one of them have expounded and propounded, exemplified in very brief as to what you can look forward to in these very grueling next 2 days. It'll be, I think, a very gratifying, enriching experience for each one of you. This 2-day exercise is the brainchild of Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, the Honorable Founder President. He wanted it to be held over here, to be conducted. We have General Anil Kapoor, who initiated this along with Dr. Selva Murthy, and of course, Dr. M.S. Prasad. Each one of them collectively, I think, were able to get this very fine galaxy of guests today over here. And I can tell all the students, you will never find this very spectacular congregation for being able to convey to you in a very simplistic language as to what is warfare simulation. This is very important for you, as it will provide the desired inducement to the young, unignited minds in the niche area towards better simulation, assimilation, encouraging critical thinking, and also spreading the domain-centric awareness revolution in your minds with very, very significant outcomes. This warfare simulation facilitates exercising of multiple strategized options by optimization of military capabilities, that is, Army, Navy, and the Air Force, tri-service synergetic application of various parameters to attain decisive victory in battle. Therefore, it is very important to understand for the students that militarily, if you want to strategize victory over the adversary, it is most vital to have the best modern technology in the world. The principles of war, there are 9 principles of war, which are extremely relevant, contemporary, and significant for developing strategy, tactics, and commensurate technology. It is David versus Goliath. And you know who won it. Please remember, the victors will be those who will possess destructive technological edge, manifesting in autonomous warfare. Three of my students, research scholars in Amity Institute of Defense Strategic Studies who are doing strategic studies research, three of them are handling autonomous warfare. And they'll be contributing to science and technology domain. What I want to tell the students here today, autonomous warfare has to be understood, my dear, by each one of you. And what is autonomous warfare? It is basically remotely controlled decimation, devastation, and annihilation in timelines of the adversary's resources all put together. Means all the military equipment which is going to fight against you has got to be eliminated, obliterated in the battlefield milieu. I'll give you a very fine example. Each one of you must have heard of it. Did you follow the 6-week conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia? What happened over there? There were countries which took sides. It was also said that it could conflagrate into a world war. And which side won? Which side was the victor after this? It was Azerbaijan, because they deployed the Turkish Bayraktar TB2, that is Tango Bravo 2 drones and loitering munitions, many of them Israeli made, to shrink the battlefield and chip away at Armenia's armored forces, as well as the logistical tail, which could not even reach the front lines. And therefore, they made sure that the enemy was defeated. And after that, they said, we do not mind, we can go in for a ceasefire. Therefore, you have to break the will to fight. And this can only be done when you take sound and timely decisions. You are only paid for one thing in the world, in any domain, in any profession, wherever you are. You are only paid for sound and timely decisions. And please remember, that is the essence of victory. Ladies and gentlemen, in war, there are no runners-up. It is very well said. It's an old idiom. There are no runners-up. Please use your brilliant, your cerebral acumen that you have, and kindly understand this warfare simulation. Understand as to what is the best technology you would like to have, which can be used as part of autonomous warfare to destroy the adversary. That is, loiter ammunitions, remotely controlled, satellite controlled, underwater drones, subwater, remotely controlled, network-centric warfare munitions. Everything will be remotely controlled and destruction will be total. Now, this is what the world is going to be. This is the real battle landscape. And that is where we expect all the students to use their mind and say, sir, I've got the finest drones, I've got the finest munitions, I've got the finest remotely controlled RDMs, which can be dispersed like bus missiles and carry out destruction without being present there yourself. It can be done from hundreds and thousands of miles away. Today, we have amongst us these guests, whom I wish to introduce very briefly. We have Dr. Suman Mukherjee, Scientist G and Officiating Director, ISA and DRDO. He is Scientist G with over 30 years of experience in wargaming, modeling, and simulation. He's a gold medalist from IIT Delhi, topping the MTech each course, that is technology course, in 2005, and he did his PhD in artificial intelligence from IIT Delhi. Currently, he is Group Director, Quality Management and Futuristic Technologies Group. A big hand for Dr. Samantha Mukherjee. We also welcome Shri Arun Dayal, scientist here. Shri Arun Dayal is a computer scientist who has been working in the field of computerized war games, modeling and simulation for the past 20 years. He has worked in air and naval wargaming groups, currently heading system analysis group and tasked at solving system analysis problems which are posed to sister DRDO labs. Ministry of Defense is very proud to have such an astute mind with them. He's working on scales of RT equipment required to inflict particular level of damage. Please give a big hand to Shri Arun Dyan. Mr. Isha Shankar Sharma, Scientist E, an alumni of Staff College Wellington and DAVV Indore. I think that is Devi Ahilya. Very well. He has joined DRDO in 2001 and has experience in areas of combat modeling and simulation, human behavior modeling, multi-criteria decision making, and system analysis. Currently, he is project director, Inter-Services Wargame. A big hand for Isha Sharma. Now we have Mr. Sumanta Kumar Das, Scientist E. He is a scientist at Institute of System Studies and Analysis, Delhi. His research interests include machine intelligence, pattern recognition, and remote sensing. He is a PhD in agricultural statistics from the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, IARI, New Delhi. A big hand for Mr. Sumanta Kumar Das. Then we have Mr. Anand Prakash, Scientist D. He is scientist at Institute of System Studies and Analysis, Delhi, with 12 years of experience in software development for military services. Currently, he is working as Scientist D in DRDO and heading a project, GIS-based decision support system for unconventional warfare. This is a very important aspect of modern warfare now, which is called unconventional warfare. And even I would like to say, one of my finest students, who's in fact Dr. Selvamurthy is the esteemed guide. We have Brigadier Vivek Verma. He's posted in Northern Command. He's going to become a Major General next year. In fact, 3 of my students are going to become Major Generals. This gentleman has written a book. He has published at least 10 articles. And with the guidance of Dr. Selvamurthy, he is doing a commendable job on non-contact warfare. More of non-contact warfare as you will go through the war game simulation. And we have, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the very illustrious Dr. Selvamurthy with us. I wish to tell you that whatever is spoken about him is very less. He is chairman of the Amity Institute of Defense Technology, the president of the Amity Science Technology Innovation Foundation, the Director General of Amity Directorate of Science Innovation, and Chair Professor Life Sciences, Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, and one of the most famous, lovable, and likable DRDO scientists spanning 40 years. A big hand for him. His R&D contributions are very well known to us. We keep taking incessant guidance from him. He's also the chairman of the Program Management Board and Society of Biomedical Technology. He's recipient of numerous national awards on science, innovation, and technology, and Lifetime Achievement Award from the President of India. Sir, I could go on endlessly about you, but since time is at premium, we wish all of you seminal success in this war game simulation exercise for the students. And lastly, of course, but not the least, our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who happens to be the leading global educationist and academician of this millennium. I say this, ladies and gentlemen, as in my military service, I've not come across such a persona. He is absolutely unmatched, unprecedented, transcendent. If I think 12 solutions to a problem, the founder president always had the 13th and the 14th solution. I can say, even when I'm gone, I will not meet such a person on this planet. He is indefatigable. No one can match his energy, his thinking, his innovation, mind, the way he is prescient, his outlook, so positive, so empathetic. He's unmatchable. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll use certain words for him that we have enormously benefited in multidimensional areas by the founder president's iconic experiences, his advice, very sagacious, like the King of Solomon of Israel, and also very enlightening ideals, his very encyclopedic knowledge and erudition, and very empowering epitomes of transformative leadership, affecting all our lives, faculty lives, and students' lives. He is the torchbearer, undoubtedly, of prospective superpower India. I call him the Shekinah, the pillar of fire. A big hand for our founder president, ladies and gentlemen. Amity Institute Defense Technology, very proud, and we would like to convey our gratitude for the benign gesture to share your brilliant views and strategies today. This entire very dynamic diamond team, I call them, of warfare simulation. We wish you all the very best with the proceeding. Thank you and Jai Hind.
General Gadiok, as always, marvelous, excellent, outstanding, unbelievable. How many PhD scholars are with AIDSS under you at the moment?
So we have 30 scholars.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you can request to Navneet Bhushan ji to have a similar workshop on strategic and defense management at your institute.
Thank you very much.
I'm so motivated from these topics in defense as well as also strategic management. And maybe that workshop will also be an eye-opener for defense and management areas. So that, but wonderful. Jagadiok, every appreciation from me committed me for more hard work. I'm already working 18 hours. Now I have to put one more hour from your appreciation today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very generous.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an enlightening and insightful address. Moving forward, we are extremely fortunate to have with us Dr. Sumant Mukherjee, Scientist G and Officiating Director, ESA DRDO. Before I call upon Sir for the inaugural address, I would like to take the privilege to briefly introduce him to the audience. Dr. Sumant Mukherjee, Scientist G, has over 30 years of experience in wargaming and modeling and simulation. He is a gold medalist from IIT Delhi, topping MTech course in 2005. He did his PhD in AI from IIT Delhi in 2017. Currently, he is Group Director of Quality Management and Futuristic Technologies Group. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. While he sets up my presentation, it has been great privilege to come to Amity, and it has been an absolute pleasure to meet Selvamurthy sir after a long time, and he has been a guiding light in DRDO for so many years, and it was a great pleasure to meet. And we General Gadiok, is absolutely, pleasure to meet you, sir. The enthusiasm which you exhibit to the people at, and we have Ichha Shankar, who is actually your one of your students here, a very reputed college, DSSC Wellington. We had the opportunity to send one of our scientists there, and it's actually a great pleasure to come here. So I will just probably start with my presentation. Yeah. So I thought that probably I will take this opportunity to give a brief introduction to the kind of work we do in ESA, and probably give some context to what follows. A crisis gaming exercise which Navneet will conduct after this session. So basically, the focus of system analysis in defense is in different domains. In planning and analysis, you try to answer questions like,
Suppose you are doing a procurement of defense systems. How many systems do I need? These are very basic questions which a decision maker has to take. What will be the alternative systems which will compete for this decision making? Once we have the system, then how could we use this in a better way? And if we have this system, then what might happen if we try to employ this in a different manner? During acquisition, the decision maker will need to, answer questions like how many of these systems do I need, or which one do I need? Training. Once the systems are there, we need to train the people who will use those systems. So, in training, how can we ensure that system is used correctly, and how can we prepare the for different emergency situations which may be there? Then everything has got cost. So when we are acquiring costly defense systems, we are of course looking at how much the system will cost, how can I reduce the overall budget, and how best I can extract the cost benefit analysis. So these are kind of questions which we try to answer using the tool of system analysis. So what we do to carry out analysis to answer such questions, there are many ways to do it. You can have a basic closed loop analytical studies, or you can go for modeling and simulation, which is a major tool to explore the these kind of domain. In modeling, there are basically modeling and simulation. There are two areas in which we work: in training domain and using modeling and simulation as a decision support tool. In training, ESA has developed war games, tactical simulators, and some form of live virtual constructive simulation also in different areas of Army, Navy, and Air Force. In decision support tools, of course, as the requirement comes, a specific domain-specific tool is developed to answer decisions for that. In this whole process, generally, what is the input and what is the aim of such studies? Input will be warfare scenario, concept of operations, current and futuristic threat perceptions. The aim of such studies will be analysis of current gap capabilities, systems to be acquired, to be developed, to understand what type of systems that need or that are needed. So these are the kind of example of aims which may be motivating these kind of system analysis. And the tools that are used are decision support systems for evaluation, specific to tactics or at operational level or at the strategic level. Wargaming for training, this as a tool even to explore what kind of employment or deployment of the systems that should take place. The performance evaluation of individual systems. So these are some examples of the tools that probably will be used to carry out system analysis for that specific study. What will be the outputs of these studies? Output will be probably deriving a system specification for a particular role that system has to play. Performance prediction of a mission, which will have a lot of systems participating in that mission. Comparative analysis between 2 or 3 competing systems. Then overall reliability, life cycle, cost benefit analysis. So these are long-term perspective of a system which is being acquired. So these are the kind of inputs, the tools and the outputs which goes into a system analysis approach. The spectrum of system analysis in defense applications starts right from preliminary analysis, concept design of a system. It goes through system. It is used in system development. It is used when the system has been acquired or system has been developed in testing and evaluation. It is once the test and evaluations have been done and system has passed for employment deployment, how the system operation and management will take place, how the system can be improved, and finally in ground how employment or deployment of the system will take place. In all these stages of systems life cycle, system analysis can be a party to all these phases. So in preliminary analysis and concept design, maybe we'll be carrying out requirement analysis, prioritization of requirements, comparative evaluation of systems, cost effectiveness analysis, parametric analysis, technology forecasting estimation. So there are different facets at the preliminary analysis stage itself or at the concept design stage itself that system analysis can be used. Once we have probably the basic system specifications ready, we are into system development. And in system development, system analysis studies in terms of system effectiveness, comparative evaluation of systems again, cost effectiveness, design reliability analysis. These are the studies which will happen when the design is taking place, the system development is going on. Finally, once the system has been developed in test and evaluation phase, how the trials should take place, what is the evaluation of trial plan, accuracy and consistency analysis, trial data analysis, performance evaluation, effectiveness of the system. So these are the kind of system studies that can be taken up at this phase. So I will have probably few examples of these things in the coming slides. System operation and management, one-on-one analysis, effectiveness of the system in tactical scenario. So not only the technical aspects of the systems can be analyzed through system analysis approach. Actually, when we go into the domain of operations and tactics, there too system analysis can be used when the system is put in a tactical scenario. Tactics development itself around that system, impact analysis, how the system is impacting, resource allocation and planning, analysis of mix of systems. What are the optimal mix of systems that should be there, which gives me maximum bang for the buck? Then analysis of mix of system, decision support systems on different aspects of system operations and management. Then comes system improvement. We have been using now the systems for a long time, and the operational scenarios are changing and the system needs improvement. Now at that stage, what type of studies that can help? Reliability analysis, modernization of the system, how it can be modernized to deal with the changing scenario. Sensitivity analysis, when I'm changing the system, how much sensitive that system is to the changes. What if analysis? So I have to choose one direction to modify the system. Which direction should I take for modification? So these are the kind of systems, and of course employment and deployment. How do I employ the system on ground? How do I deploy the system on ground? So this is a broad spectrum of system analysis that can be used in defense applications. Taking up some broad brief examples of each of some of them, some of the stages which I've just talked about. At preliminary analysis and concept design, we can use a technique called AHP, analytical hierarchical process for comparative evaluation of systems. Basically, this tool can be used to evaluate comparative analysis between different systems. This is an example of probable system specification of different types of tanks. Which system will probably be better for our purpose? So different attributes, firepower, mobility, protection, sub attributes of them, and these are to be evaluated by experts who have, now we remember this, we don't have that system with us, and we are visualizing what type of system to develop. So this is a kind of tool which can be used. Incidentally, Navneet has written a very book, Gadyok has already mentioned that. So this is one of the tools. There are many tools like that. I'm just giving an example. of tools which can be used at this stage. In system development, in probably now we have more or less the attributes of the system, and now we want to move on to designing the system. So this is an example where basic gun systems, fire control system, computation, that algorithm has been developed, and now I want to analyze the design of that algorithm. I want to feed in different errors which this algorithm will be facing. Sensor errors, gun system errors, fire control errors, different errors which will be there, and different environments that this particular subsystem has to face. And I want to see what is the hit probability rate which I want to achieve. So these are the kind of tools which can be used for system effectiveness. And here what we are trying to find out is first round hit probability of a gun. In system now, coming down to at the test and evaluation, trial plan. In trial plan itself, things like how many rounds should be fired in a trial, or with a single trial we cannot have any. If we have a single round fired in a one round batch, no inferences can be drawn. So we want a meaningful confidence. So these are the kind of basic trial plan evaluation in which system analysis can be done to achieve the kind of confidence which the trial should give us, and what is the hit probability at this confidence level, that if we want, then what type of trials should take place, what should be the configuration of the trials, whether it should be 2-round batch, whether it should be 5-round or 10-round batch, things like that. So this is the base, some examples of the different spectrum of system analysis application in different stages of a system development. Coming to modeling and simulation as a tool, there are different aspects to modeling and simulation. We have the application domain itself. The domain can be land, it can be air, it can be naval, there can be missile defense domain. Coming to role of that particular modeling and simulation software which is to be developed, it can be used for training, it can be used for making acquisition decisions, it may be used for basic analysis of its performance, for test and evaluation, for experimentation, for different purposes like how to employ or deploy. Techniques, what sort of techniques a modeling and simulation tool will use? Mathematical modeling or process modeling, whether the models are static or whether they are dynamic models. Basically, are they taking time as an input? Deterministic or stochastic, whether they are using probabilities, random numbers, whether the simulation is discrete or continuous, whether we are going to take the time as discrete or continuous. So this is the broad differentiation based on the technique that will be applied. Then the resolution of the models itself. For different applications, we will have different resolution. So a modeling and simulation tool which is analyzing a engineering level study of a system will be using very high fidelity models. The models will have great details of the internal algorithms, what type of attributes the systems are being affected by. So this is at the lowest level. At higher level of abstraction, the models will become a little bit more abstract. So at the engagement level, probably I will not work on a single system. I will try to simulate two systems, different systems which are against each other, maybe a tank versus artillery or something like that, and try to evaluate their comparative performances. So this is at the engagement level. Then if I go still at a higher level of resolution, at a higher level of abstraction, then maybe my problem relates to a mission where there is not a single system against another system. It is actually multiple systems versus multiple systems. So this is at the mission level, where again, probably I will be more abstracting out the models. I will not be using so much detailed models. And so what I want to highlight here is that whatever study or the modeling and simulation tool which a modeler develops, it is the aim with which the model is being developed that determines what resolution of model to be used. At the still higher level, probably I will have theater and campaign level models, which are totally abstracting out the systems into aggregation of units, and then multiple huge force size units are being pitted against each other, and we are not bothered about individual systems. We are looking at firepower score or something like that. At the right at the top, you have got the strategic level, strategic level resolution, where we are no longer worried about army as a whole. We are now talking about nation at the very top level, which is what probably the exercise today of crisis gaming will be focused on. So this is at the very top level where we are dealing with nation against nation, where army, navy, air force, or economics, social, diplomacy, we are talking at that level. The models are at that level. So it's a very, very high abstraction. Maybe you will actually not have a modeling and simulation tool to actually, will be used in this such gaming. You will have tabletop systems which will actually be used. Tabletop kind of a setup. So just to give a brief idea of what this crisis gaming is, since we will be getting into this in coming sessions, just a very brief introduction to that. What is crisis gaming? Crisis gaming is basically a politico-military kind of a crisis game. This is played on tabletop to analyze options. What is the aim? We want to analyze options to handle that crisis scenario. And what are these crisis scenarios, what we are talking about? The crisis scenarios could be a scenario like a terrorist attack on a military installation. For example, we had an Uri attack a few, some time back, and so this is an example of that kind of a crisis scenario. Incursion. For example, the Chinese incursion in Galwan. It can be at such levels of crisis. It can even be at a bigger scenario, like a two-front war. India has in the western frontier as well as the eastern frontier, enemies, and if both of them simultaneously in a coordinated manner attack, that is that kind of a scenario. So that scenario, the level of scenario depends on what kind of options or analysis which we want to evaluate or identify. So these are the example of crisis scenarios. Then who will be the players? Multiple players generally participate in such settings. They are basically decision makers, and it will be played as a series of strategy and counter strategy. So the players will be giving out a strategy, how they are going to. Strategy is basically the action which you are going to take to mitigate this threat or whatever tension that is there. So this is the way it will be played, and these players will be from multiple domains. They will be from political domains, military domains, economic domain, diplomacy domain. So it's kind of a role playing that takes place. You are playing the role of that particular decision maker. And why we are going through this whole process is that we want to, the outcome of such an exercise is we want to generate different options and strategies for the decision makers much before such a crisis actually takes place. So this is a peacetime evaluation of a future crisis which we feel may happen, and we want to work out what are the options or strategies that should be there, that can be thought, pre-thought before that crisis actually happens. And these strategies could be in terms of policy development, it could be in terms of military actions to be taken to mitigate these tensions or threats. So a very, very broad flow of how the events happen in this setup is that you will have a trigger event. Example of such trigger events are maybe in Indo-Pak scenario, insurgency happening in India. In Indo-China scenario, maybe some incursion from Chinese side, or it may be totally non-military, like some economic measures being taken, which is hurting us economically, falling in economic warfare domain. You can have maritime piracy. Some time back, this used to be a big problem for India. So these are the kind of triggering events which will actually generate a threat. This threat could be military threat. It could be a socio-economic threat. It could be a diplomatic threat to us. And then we move on to the decisions of the players. And the decisions the players take generally could be in terms of civilian decisions, basically leading to economic, some kind of an economic action or diplomatic action, or maybe it may lead to a military, action, military decision. So based on the kind of decisions that is made, action is chosen. The strategy is chosen to actually mitigate the crisis. Example of actions are we initiate a diplomatic dialogue with the the country who is actually causing this tension, try to cool down. It could be a trade moratorium. We put some trade moratorium on that country. Force mobilization, actual military solution is being taken here. So we mobilize forces to the borders, take the issue to United Nations Security Council. We raise it diplomatically at United Nations. So these are the different strategies or actions that a player will choose. And these are based on the payoffs. Will this action escalate the tension or de-escalate the tension? So what payoff will take place when I take this action? Based on this, a tension, a crisis, which is probably a kind of a benign tension kind of a thing which is happening, maybe Indo-Pak, on some domain tension is there, but really no conflict is taking place. But one of the players takes a action which actually now escalates it to a low intensity conflict. So we have something like Kargil or something like Galwan. Then if it can get further escalated to a full-scale war, like last full-scale war which we had was probably 1971. So you can have that sort of escalation. Actions can of course de-escalate. We can actually go down with the tension levels can come down. So these transitions from one phase to another is called phase change. So generally that is the tipping point at which phase change takes place. And this cycle goes around, and the players who are playing this crisis game will generate different options which will be noted down, and that is the outcome of this whole exercise. So in conclusion, in system analysis, we generally use either some sort of a gaming setup or operation research or system analysis tool. And the analysis is trying to answer things like performance evaluation of a weapon system, whether he's trying to answer optimal deployment patterns of the system, what kind of tactics or operations that should be employed, and evaluation of those in scientific terms. Force ratio and force potential, the kind of force ratio or force potential that should a nation have, whether we want induction of new weapon systems in our country, strategic option generation for decision support, which is probably what the crisis gaming does. So these are the kind of outputs which a system analyst does using tools from ORSA or from wargaming. So that is all. Thank you so much.
I'll just take a minute, if you don't mind, sir.
Please, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want the students to pay attention to what I'm saying. I was at Staff College as commandant for 3 years, and we carried out transformation. We got 5 national awards and probably the kind of transformation. I'm being slightly immodest today, just so as to tell you that if you put your best, if you have commitment and you have the courage or conviction to do your best for your country, there's no force on this planet which can, impede or which can be a deterrent. So we achieved everything at Staff College. But I failed. I failed on one account. And so unfortunate, I was just talking 9 days back to the late CDS, General Bipin Rawat. We spoke on about 80, 90 issues. We were very close friends. He considered me to be a role model from National Defense Academy. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll be very candid with you today. I speak with candor, as always. One of the issues which I told him that he visited me as Southern Army Commander, and I told him, I said, you remember when you came up and after my presentation and after I had summed up everything, what I had done for Staff College, he just said, I'm speechless. I have no comments. I cannot speak after the Commandant has spoken. He said, but there is one thing which General Gadeok has said, which I'm going to look into. I don't know whether I'll succeed or not, but certainly I'm being posted to the Army headquarters. I'm going as Vice Chief, so I certainly will take note. And ladies and gentlemen, I failed in one thing, and today I'll confess. And you know what was it? Computer War Game Center. Staff College to ensure that all the Army, Navy, Air Force, that is land, maritime, and aerospace, all these 3 dynamics, that is battlefield dynamics, all of them should be responsive. We call it combat responsive systems. There are 5 countries we contacted. All countries failed. Some countries told us that we are going to take 2 years to learn the language, 1 year to understand your dynamics, another 2 years. Let me tell you, I didn't have patience for all that. I returned crores back to the government of India, of which the Chairman Chief of Staff's Committee told me I highly eulogize and I really appreciate. We did not have any country to respond to the computer war game package at Staff College. I today make a commitment at Amity. All of you are listening. Any student, along with this very, I should say, intellectually inclined galaxy who's sitting here, you can enter that super constellation and get that prize. You can win it. It is in crores. I don't want to tell you. It's a very, very big package. If you do it, I shall be there. I shall move heaven and earth and leave no stone unturned to get this package implemented at Staff College. And once it is implemented in Staff College, I can again assure you there'll be 100 nations who would be willing to take this package because they are being starved. I've seen the package which is being run even in Pakistan and other nations. Let me tell you, it is not worth it. So please remember, this is a challenge today. The very august audience is present over here and the guests. Anyone who takes on this package, of course, there'll be a personal prize from my side, personal from me, because it will give me great excitement. And Amity will get, a student of AIDT will get this multi-crore package from the government of India. I assure you this. Thank you very much.
General Gadeok, what does it mean, computer war game center? I have no idea. Can we think of making such facility at Amity? General Gadeok?
Sir, I will have to discuss with them. Certainly, I think if we can create that, sir, let me tell you, this is an impossibility. It has not been created anywhere, sir. We failed 5 countries, sir. I was interacting with the United States, United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Canada.
Right.
And none of them were able to provide this. There's only one group captain, Dikuna from Bangalore.
Right.
He said, I can do 100% Deep Blue I implemented in Air Force, sir. Navy, he said, I can't do more than 35%. Army, he said, I'm only 20%.
Right.
And sir, if they are so good, I've just discovered that if they put their heads together and the students under Dr. Selvamoorthy, if they are guided and if we take on this project, sir, by a couple of students, I think there is nothing else required to be done by them. sir.
General
I mean,
Ganesh,
it's a multi-crore package.
no, it's a great excitement for all the children, and certainly many of them is now ruminating on their mind how to do that. But what founder is telling, can we establish a laboratory where people can use that as a platform, and where Navneet, he has already made a proposal, and he is going to also mention that how we will be able to develop it. And so this will be required for students to work on as a platform. So that is the point which founder president was raising.
Yes,
And
yes.
I think Sumant would like to speak on that, and also Navneet would also
Correct.
respond to that.
I just want to add that ESA, as a lab of DRDO, has developed many wargaming systems for Army, Navy, and Air Force over a period of time. And many of them, I won't be able to mention the systems here, but many of them have percolated down to lowest levels, especially in Army and Navy. But of course, there is always a scope for improvement. There is nothing like a perfect system. As times go by, the scenario changes. A newer blood, which is sitting here, can always contribute with newer technologies. So it will always be, the improvement is always possible, and definitely it will be welcome. I mean, if you set up a lab here like that, and provide technologies which can improve the current systems.
Sir, I would give exercise, a workshop exercise to my students to develop theatre command as a student idea, because General Bipin Rawat was very rightly emphasizing, and he was quite ahead of making it, but unfortunately we don't have. So student will think, if they have to make a model of the theatre command. I think this may be done on this computer, or all you people know better. Nobody said better. Dr. Sumant knows better. Dr. Lamurthy, in this area, my students should strain their brain that will make a theatre command concept.
Absolutely. This is the latest which General Bipin Rawat has left that thought with us.
Correct.
Certainly, students, any student would like to respond to that? Theatre command. See, theatre command.
You have to sit together and
So we will think about it. So, founder president, the students will now start thinking about it and come out with a model for theatre command. Navneet would also just make a brief comment on this.
right.
Oh, thank you, sir. And thank you for raising this particular problem. When MS Prasad asked me to do this course, he called me saying that some simulation classes you have to take. So I said, okay, that is not a problem. I can always take it anyway. Then I realized it's a MTech program for defense technology. And that was a sort of a eye-opener for me. And also I looked at, and interestingly, in 2012, Cranfield University came to Chennai. And they wanted to start this particular program with the university in Chennai. I was invited to do the same course, but system analysis as well as this. Unfortunately, that could not go ahead, but it is so happy. I'm so happy. And then when they invited me to talk on this video conference, I met Dr. Selvam. It was a great connect. But my thinking is that we should do this setup in every university. It seems many universities are doing now this MTech program in defense technology, because DRDO and also AICT has sort of given this to many universities. And so happy to see MET taking this lead. I mean, I don't think other universities have done this much of work, and also 70 students joining seems to be a great. In fact, I must clap all these people who have made this possible. It is really a sort of a what shall I say? It is really some sort of a change that we are seeing. And most importantly, when I heard about it and MS Prasad talked to me about this, I said, teaching this simulation warfare will not be the right case. Maybe we set up a sort of a test bed, and also because war itself, as Sumant actually told, is evolving. It is not really, and also as you mentioned, it is evolving towards what it was called network-centric warfare, now mosaic warfare, decision-centric warfare. algorithmic warfare. So what exactly it is? So that I think is the key question. And in fact, our students are the people who are going to define it. In fact, if they don't define, someone else they will define for them. So it is the only opportunity for us in India to evolve. And I'm so happy that founder director is so connected with this particular concept, because I propose exactly the same thing to Dr. Selvamurthy, that we should have a 3 years engagement of setting up this center, and 3 batches will go. First year batches will go MTech, right? They will do this MTech simulation. I've already taught some portion of this, whatever Sumant is talking about, to the students, and also the next war. In fact, the third assignment that they're doing right now in my course is actually looking at analyzing future warfare in terms of mosaic warfare as well as system destruction warfare from China, which I think, in fact, some of the students, if they're done, they can make a presentation which will be new for all of us, actually. In fact, that is what I'm expecting from the students, hopefully. By January 10th, I think they will be submitting the assignment. So that will be what we already have. So I am so happy to connect with sir, saying this, we need to connect. And also to your point about, because this is the only requirement, because ESA scientists, whatever they may be doing, the amount of resources and the constraint that they are under, I know completely very well what sort of structures they are in and what sort of decision-making scenarios they are in. But I think the only opportunity for us is to evolve and also respond to the world, because the world is changing so drastically ahead. This particular decade is going to be a multipolar world, as we know, and India should become the pole. That is the only way. And that, I think, I'm so very well connected with what he's saying, and so happy to hear what he said. And Dr. Selvamurthy asking me to give this input. Exactly what we propose. So I'm looking forward to this. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to comment. Sir, Honorable Founder President, I think today is a blessing in disguise, because today I can inform the Founder President this development has taken place, sir. If approved by you, I would like to speak to the Army Commander, Army Training Command, because the WARDEC is closely connected with them, sir. They have a symbiotic connect, and they are working together, sir, very closely. In fact, Brigadier Bajaj from my regiment is in WARDEC. He's going for NDC. All my students are there in NDC. In fact, they are doing the WARDEC. Right. So if it is okay, I will propose the Computer War Game Center to be set up in Amity University. And I will propose this as part of the MOU, which we have recently signed with the Army Training Command, Indian Army. And I'm sure, sir, the Army Commander will speak to the Army Chief and the CDS and get it approved. And I think we will get this project at Amity.
Let's give a big clap to Dr.
General Raj Shukla was so enthusiastic to see you people and at your campus. And this is the first time ARTRAC has signed with a private university. And I think it is great.
ARTRAC is Army Training Command. Army Training Command. So this MOU is going to be with you, where all the students, faculties, please harness the potentials. General Gadiok, thank you so much. Does any student would like to clarify anything, make a comment on Sumant's presentation? Anybody? Just move the mic.
Dr. Selvamurthy, before that,
yes.
I must tell to Navneet and Dr. Sumant, Dr. Selvamurthy held a 3-hour workshop with my brilliant students. And I could not see that time, but I saw word by word 3 hours recording. And I was amazed, General Gadiok, Dr. Selvamurthy, Neeraj, how brilliant are my students, experienced. They were putting questions.
Not for our students, brilliant students.
It was, they interacted in a way I was so enthusiastic and so proud. So, for example, Padma today, I never believed this brilliant girl from Ladakh will, in addition to technical scientific acumen, also can do the anchoring.
Padma. Let's give a big hand to Padma from Ladakh.
Padma, I will give you a book with my personal note from this Navneet Bhushanji on the strategic decision making. I'll give you a book, and few books will keep in all our libraries, because, and I am trying to procure it today itself. You know, this is such a wonderful book. So Padma, you will get a book because you did so well today.
Thank you so much. I want to tell all the members from ISA, founder president spends 20 hours a day. And now with this defense technology program coming in, he spends most of the time on this. See his presence here. He has to look after 11 universities, 18 campuses, 28 schools, industries, which he has. In spite of that, he is sitting here. That shows the importance of founder president, which he has attached for this program. So let's give a big hand to founder president Dr. Chauhan, who is giving so much.
For my students.
Thank you so much. Now, would you like any student would like to ask any clarification to Sumant? Some brilliant students. So far, what has been taught? You want to?
Yes, myself Rohan Saraswat, and I am feeling very honored to be sitting amongst all of these people, very intellectual people. First of all, and secondly, I would be honored if I would be able to work for in the development of theatre command and all these things, which
Very
will
good.
be
Founder
future
president.
of India.
You have one candidate already now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anything on the? Yeah, please. Just introduce your name.
Good morning, Founder President sir, and General Gadiok sir, Selvamoorthy sir, and our guest from DRDO, Mukherjee sir, and all the guests. Sir, it was an enlightening session for sure. And the way you showed us the path for developing that theatre command, it was just so exciting. The most difficult part for a student is to look for a path. And the way you have shown us, and it becomes so easy for us to tread on it now, that and we'll do it for not for the prize money that you mentioned, but the things that you mentioned that no other country could do it. We'll do it for our country, sir, for sure.
That is the spirit of Amitians. That is the spirit of Amity students. Brilliant.
Sir, may I just say,
Yeah, please.
I'm sorry I'm taking time. Sir, I think the founder president deserves a ovation because he took the name of the Integrated Theatre Command. Ladies and gentlemen, big ovation for the founder president. He thought about the Integrated Theatre Command. And by the way, what the founder president just mentioned, why I'm trying to say that I'd like to know your name, who just spoke? Arjun. You have to be the Arjun of Lord Krishna's fame. Okay, let me tell you, the first paper written on Integrated Theatre Command, again, I'm breaking bounds of modesty. I wrote the first paper as Commandant Staff College. And I gave it to General Bipin Rawat when he was Southern Army Commander. And that paper, when I just spoke to him 9 days back, he told me, sir, that paper is lying with the Prime Minister of India. And we are finalizing the actual draft is being finalized and it will be implemented before I leave the position of CDS. Let me tell you, it's a very fine paper. And if you all go through it, the best thing is you'll be able to conceptualize as to what are the requirements of technology. You know, we are guiding you towards technology. This is what Sumant sir and this is what Navneet sir, everyone has been talking. We are guiding you towards to understand as to what is the theatre command requirement. And that is what the founder president was saying. If we establish the computer war game center here, you understand the whole gamut of the theaterized command, what India is going in for. You will develop the technology. You will know as to what is my requirement. And therefore, you'll be able to know that, all right, to carry out destruction of the enemy, this is the technology I want. And that's exactly where we are trying to guide you. Thank you. Very well done.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Can I add something? Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Sir, Sumant this time.
Yeah, Sumant, please.
We are talking about theatre command. I just would like to say this, that ISA has taken up a project on developing modeling and simulation software for theatre command. And it's nice to see the enthusiasm here. And I will invite people from Amity, the students from Amity, the faculty, to collaborate with ISA on this project. And we are open to interacting with you, new blood.
Thank you. Thank you. We already have 2-3 students.
Dr. Sumant, when Dr. Salamurthy told about this concept starting MTech, Satish Reddy ji told Dr. Salamurthy, I know MIT, I know you, and my full support. And we are the only university where they have allowed to collaborate with DRDO, because DRDO cannot give name to anybody, but we are so proud. Haribabu Srivastava was helpful. He can say your student come to my all labs wherever they want. So I think, Dr. Sumant, we are so proud that after knowing about your ISSA, we are so proud. But I think DRDO is a great strength of motivation and resource for us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So now we move on to the next presentation. Then again, we will have the students' interactions. You should ask questions, bombard with questions, so that so there is one comment here. Introduce yourself.
Sir, my name is Chetan Sharma, and I have one question with the PPT that's shown with Dr. Suman sir. Sir, you have talking about a system analysis in modeling and simulation that we did a war gaming and tactical simulators and virtual constructive. The main my question is that what type of this decision supporting tool we are using in that modeling and simulation, sir?
See, the kind of decision support system which we use depends on the kind of decision which you are looking for. So it's not like, we have a ready-made decision support tool like we use, MS Word tools, Excel, PowerPoint. These are the software which are ready-made softwares which are used by everyone. Just buy off the shelf and use it. These softwares, these decision support tools are not like that. You have a specific decision for which you want this tool to be developed, then you develop it from the scratch for that particular decision problem and use it. If it can be reused in some other context, it's a benefit. But when you develop such tools, these are built from the scratch for that particular decision problems.
Sir, basically we are using a data analysis tools like Power BI and that we are using in Python also. Okay. Thank you, sir.
So we are using the latest technologies, whatever is in the market, Python. We have been using all the cutting edge technologies which were there earlier, and we are whatever tools that are available in the open market that is used. But finally, these are just tools. Python is just a language. The logic, the data, that has to come from you. You means the developer who is actually developing that software. So you need to be updated on the latest technologies, whatever is there in the market. But finally, it is you with your own thought process, with your own how much you have read, in the papers, what kind of problem you want to solve, what is your design. So all these things will always remain, right? So be updated on the latest technologies, no doubt, Python, big data, things like that. But finally, it is the student who has to think and who has to actually solve that problem, whatever is given to him.
Thank you so much.
As I'm learning a data science nowadays, and I'm working on some problems, and I did daily I did some simulations also on a Matplotlib and Pandas. So the same thing we also did in that supporting tools.
I didn't get the question.
Sir, I'm saying that nowadays I'm learning data science softwares like Pandas and Matplotlib. So the analysis which you're doing on that softwares, the same analysis you have to do on that supporting tools also. As the point of if I'm solving any analysis of your data on a website.
Yeah. So see, there are different analysis tools which are there. What you have to evaluate is whether that your problem requires that analysis tool or not. So this is something the analysis tool won't tell you. You have to see which tool or which part of that algorithm which you want to implement in your problem solving. So this is something which is there is no software for that. That's why human beings will never go out of business. However much you talk about artificial intelligence and things like that, the problem solving that human being can do, automated system cannot do. And actually, since AI, the automated system is being built by humans. So whatever data science algorithms or tools which you have used, if it is suitable for your application area, you should use it, or otherwise you should look for some other tools. You have to explore.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Please.
I want to add whatever that has been said by Dr. Mukherjee, and giving answer to the question by the brilliant student over here, that don't look for the ready-made packages. Okay, basics will not going to change. You will adhere to the basics only, because you should know the domain knowledge, you should know the basics of computer science. All those, once you have the ability to understand the problem domain, you can develop your own software. Because I have explored the area. If you are good in data analysis, it is very good. But if you are only inclined for the tools which is available for you, that I don't think that will work for you. So look for the basics. Basic will not change. Don't look for the something which is outlandish. That is my suggestion.
Yeah, I'm Dr. M.R. Tripathi. I'm with the Amity Institute of Defense Technology. But he said, I also agree on that. We should have the very good skills on algorithms. If we're very good, strong on that, of course, Python and other things we need anyway, and we can develop the very good program, and that can address all these issues. Sir, we can do it. Thank you.
Good. Let us move on. Padma, can we introduce the next speaker?
Yes. Thank you so much. It is an honor and a blessing to be a part of a room with such eminent leaders. I would now like to introduce our next guest, Mr. Navneet Bhushan, sir, Founder Director, Crafty Consulting, to the audience. Mr. Navneet Bhushan is the Founder Director of Crafty Consulting, an innovation strategy and intellectual property research, consulting and training firm headquartered at Bangalore, India. Over a career spanning more than 3 decades, Mr. Navneet Bhushan worked as a scientist at DRDO for more than a decade. So, over to you.
टाइप करके भेज देंगे सर्कुलर भेज दो अनम्यूट कर दो
So good morning. I hope it is morning. Afternoon?
Just afternoon.
Okay. So good afternoon. And I must tell the students, I love you. I love you all. And also I envy you, because this is exactly the course that I wanted to do in my 1980s when I passed my BSc, and I was looking for joining defense, but not joining as a Fauji, okay, as a person who is going to think long term, and also as a person who is going to analyze these so-called complexities, because ultimately they are the sort of flag bearers for us when they go further, but someone really has to take the tail, so to say. And in the last 30 years, if you really look at the tooth-to-tail ratio of the forces has changed drastically. In fact, the tail has become the tooth. And that, I think, is the fundamental shift that is happening, or in fact has happened in the last 30 years, specifically in the so-called unipolar world, which actually is now becoming so-called multipolar world. And the Cold War thinking is not going to work, is definitely the case. And that's exactly what I'm trying to teach. And the methods, techniques, as well as the education systems that are from the previous world are not going to work. So this particular course, with such interdisciplinary inputs, as you guys have come to sort of work on these problems, and in such a great institute, plus working together with each other, I think this experience we never had. Okay, in 1980s when I was doing my BSc or MScs, we always were homogeneous. Our faculties were homogeneous, our teachers were homogeneous, our systems, our textbooks were homogeneous. But the world today requires heterogeneity. Surprisingly, the Leonardo da Vinci's of the world are not there. But I think potentially this batch will become the Leonardo da Vinci, is what my thinking is. And also the future that I think we are not going to be you, but you definitely can become Leonardo, is what I'm hoping. And definitely let us see how we do it. And I'm always going to work with you. I mean, whomsoever we have worked, I mean, in my past also, whomsoever I have worked with in a class have become my lifelong friend. That is how I work, and that is how we have been working. So I'm looking forward to this workshop also. And also, Neeraj told me not to speak much. So I'll stop here. And maybe in the workshop, we'll sort of see how to really fight the war. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Again, can I just take a minute?
Please, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. Never before in Amity in the past couple of years, which I've been very fortunate to be here under the patronage of the founder president. Never have I spoken like this out of turn. But today, I do it primarily because I'm feeling so energetic and charged that I'm once again ensconced with blood and honor into a very uniformed atmosphere, that is of the military dynamics. And why am I telling you this? I'll give you one example. I'll take 1 minute. I normally take 1 minute. There is something called a BMP. You must have heard about it, right? Everyone? Yes or no? Good. A BMP variant. It's an infantry combat vehicle. Now, I was commanding a BMP battalion in Barmer at 55 degrees centigrade outside temperature. When I took over, the first day itself, I'm known in the army for speaking for 7 minutes. As adjutant NDA, 7 minutes. I spoke for 7 minutes. And I got a call immediately from the topmost army command. And he told me, Colonel Gadiok, you have just taken over. I said, yes, sir. He says, did you make this utterance कि पाकिस्तान को ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देंगे? I said, yes, sir. So he said, you said that? I said, yes, sir. He said, good. अच्छे तरह ठोकना. And can you imagine? I was thinking I'll get a bullshit. I'll get a censure. It's called a censure in the army, or I'll get chastised. But to my surprise, he said, "Usko अच्छी तरह ठोकना." Why? Because my name came out in the Dawn newspaper opposite in Sindh province. My name came out. My photograph came out. Ki there's a new CO who happens to be this, and he said that ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देना. You know, I'll tell you one thing. I was commanding a BMP battalion. This battalion had 42 BMPs. And I swear by God, every 42 BMPs were serviceable in the army. It's a very big thing. I think the scientists know about it and Nisha knows about it. It's very difficult to maintain 100% serviceability. I did it. I got people going to Medak. I did everything unconventional and I moved fast. I made out, I'd done my homework. I used to write on the Jeep, on the mirror. When I used to travel, I used to write my points, whichever came on my mind on the mirror, on the windscreen with different pencils. And then my staff officer used to make a note. I was so dynamic. I was so much charged up. And those 2 years of my command, 2 years, 9 months, I was the only officer who was nominated from that entire corps for high command. And I can tell you one thing, the BMP, I was told that, all right, we'll make you in charge. Mobility. We want latest design of BMP. Now I come to you. Fastest moving. So we said, all right, we'll move very fast. So we started thinking, it should be light. You know, it should be light enough so as to move, so that it can be loaded on platforms, on the trailers and be taken to mobilization to the battle area. We said, all right, it'll be light. So the gun has got to be good. You cannot have this small little pea shooter. The gun has to be good. It should be a 30 mm cannon. I said, good. So let that blast. Actually, it can be a bigger gun also. I said, bigger gun means heavier. I said, all right. I said, we'll do that. Then He said, sir, but you know, the BMP should not be hit. If the BMP is hit, direct missile attack or rocket attack, the BMP should not get destroyed. I said, that means the armor has to be good. So we must have some Kevlar material. What I'm trying to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when this kind of a problem comes to you, now tomorrow if you have to make a tank, like what Israel has made, the Merkava tank, or you have to make a BMP. Now the trials are going on for years and years. You know what is the biggest problem? When it comes to the Indian Army, when you're told that this is the GS, there's something called the GSQR, General Staff Qualitative Requirement. So everyone, you know, says, all right, it should be this, it should be that, it should be. And ultimately, the BMP, the infantry combat vehicle, which is supposed to carry 10 infantry people inside it to battle, that becomes like a tank. It becomes heavy because a bigger gun, it moves. So what I'm trying to tell you is, you have to think differently. And if you think differently, you will get the best ICV in the world. This is a Russian BMP. You'll get the best tank, even better than the T-90, what the Russians are making. Even better than the hypersonic, the latest aircraft, the Su-57, which the Russians have inaugurated. What I'm trying to tell you, think differently, out of the box. Imaginative mind, absolutely say, sir, I am going to make a totally different model. You guys can do it because you're much more brilliant than all of us sitting over here. So God bless, think well, do well.
Great.
Very well spoken.
General Gadiok, you are always very so motivating and also stimulating. Our students are excited. Now let me conclude by in this particular session before we go into the actual workshop. First of all, compliments to all the students. You are just unique, brilliant, and also the future leaders in defense technology. So we are very privileged to have you as the first inaugural batch of students. So let's give a big hand to our students first. You must read 2 books, which in addition to whatever has been said, one book which I edited, Battle Scene 2020, which I edited as your...
I already shared some of the material, also mentioned about Battle Scene 2020. It is because of him that workshop happened in 1998. And I must tell you, that is the only workshop that looked 20 years ahead for India. And so many people, so many experts participated in that workshop. I was amazed. I had 5 papers. I have shared some of those, I think, with you also. And I must say that book should be the basis for discussion, or at least look ahead. Only problem is I would request Selvam sir to get a copy of that book because it is a restricted you have marked. So I don't know whether DIPR can have at least one copy, and so that maybe it can be kept in a library.
So this is a very important book which we looked 20 years ahead, how the battle scene will be. We thought of psychological warfare, information warfare, cyber warfare. If you read that book, it is all mentioned there in that book, including the joint services operations. So you please read, this is one. Second book where I was again involved with Dr. Kalam was the book on revolution in military affairs, RMA, revolution in military affairs. Because you may have less technologies, but if you join together, it acts like a force multiplier. See, it's not the aircraft, radar, sonars, torpedoes alone are going to fight a war. It is the people. So we brought the human dimension. So read Revolution in Military Affairs. There is a big document, again a restricted document, which we will share with you because you are the people who are going to bring revolutionary change. So Revolution in Military Affairs. And this was a committee which Dr. Kalam himself headed, and I was a part of that. I was a member, expert member of that committee. So in that, why I am telling in the context of this, that when you are looking at technologies, defense technologies, what you need to develop, you should know. Not just because US is having something, China is having something, you should keep that in mind, but then what the country needs. This is where the systems analysis comes in. You may have to operate in a desert, which US may not have that kind of borders. You may have to operate at 22,000 feet altitude, Himalayas, which maybe another country, Israel, may not have. So it all depends on your threat scenario. Whether your battle is going to be in the desert or in the mountains or in the sea. So you need to create the preparedness. The modeling and simulation will come the first to prepare for a war. What type of technologies the country should acquire, either indigenously or from outside. So what do we need? How many aircrafts? What type of aircrafts? What type of ships we build? What type of submarines we should build? All that will depend on the preparedness. So once you are prepared and strong, nobody will attack you. So technologies may not be used, but if you are prepared, whether it's a missile or an aircraft or a bomber, that you should. So first is modeling and simulation, looking at the threat perception. So you should first focus on what are the threats possible. Is it a single theater, or it's a multiple dual front or a multiple front? We have to fight a war. So for which, what all you need? Then if it is net-centric operations, how do you protect the cyberspace? So what technologies you require to protect the cyberspace? Then if it's going to be information and psychological warfare, how do we prepare that human component? What technologies you would require to, like, for example, social engineering, media. So how do you use this, including the internet, Facebook, Instagram? All this can create, ultimately in a war, it is a multiple input which will succeed, which will determine your the victory in the war. So that is why when you are looking at technologies, this type of software, the modeling, simulation, warfare, simulation, all these are very important. So please listen to this. He is going to spend 2 days with us, and again he will keep coming. He is a part of us. We have signed a contract with Navneet, and so he will be with us. And you have to do projects. Start thinking about the project. Even today, tomorrow, when he is here, start discussing. ISA scientists will be with us. Anytime you want to go and do the project there, they are welcome there. I'm so grateful to Dr. Taneja, Dr. Sumant, the whole members of ISA, my brothers, who are here to help you. So that is why, make use of this. But you do something path breaking. What we are expecting, why we are spending all of us at this level. No course would have got so much of attention from senior management, including founder, president, chancellor, and all of us. Because the reason is, we want to make you revolutionary, path breaking the projects, as well as emerge as a great leader. And also, as he said, you can start even company on the modeling and simulation. Take some guidance from Navneet. He will be happy to guide you. You can have a startup along with him. Even right now, you plan, when you are studying, plan a program. Navneet will help, isn't it, Navneet? So you will.
Sir, in my presentation to you, we had 3 paths that they can take. One, of course, is to start a new company, and that was also mentioned, if you remember. So also, I think I'm looking forward to next companies coming out from here, and also potentially intellectual property, which is basically patents. That is exactly what we do. And in fact, here I just want to introduce Deepak Malik. Deepak, he is a defense. Maybe you want to speak. Little experience. He has started a couple of companies in defense, and maybe it would be great to have.
Good afternoon. So Navneet is taking a very important topic on crisis gaming. I am an ex-ESA scientist. That's one part. Some experience in wargaming. Outside DRDO, I started one venture on wargaming. We worked on that. What happened to that is a separate story. But then outside DRDO, I gained a lot of other things, a lot of other knowledge. He's speaking of crisis gaming. I also talk of crisis gaming. He speaks crisis gaming in terms of defense. I speak crisis gaming in terms of civilian industry. So, students, one example where you feel the crisis has happened and industry has changed drastically. Just one example from you. All right. Jio, when it was launched, it provided a lot of disruption to the industry. From a call of 1 rupee per call, it came to 1 rupee per day. you make n number of calls. So see what happened to the industry. Vodafone Idea merged, few of the companies wiped out. Don't you think this is another type of crisis gaming? Modeling and simulation techniques, whatever Navneet has taught to you, it has an application in civilian world also. When this happened, I was called by this CTO of Airtel to create a war room. No, not war room for defense forces, war room for mobile, for his company, wherein he can see what impact it will have in overall scenarios when Jio is launched. Jio came free. They started then, now I think the prepaid package is 500 rupees for 3 months. Whatever, I mean, some value. My time, I used to pay 4 rupees per call for 1 minute. I think few people have paid 8 rupees, 16 rupees also. So that is the impact. Please listen to what Navneet is saying. This is a technology, this is a technique, this is a subject, domain subject that he's taking. As sir mentioned about, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship may be in defense, may be outside defense. Now, sir talked about having a wargaming center within the premises of Amity. It is a competition, it's a direct competition to ESA, let me tell you. So this competition can be...
It is complementary.
So, exactly, sir. This competition can be co-opetition also. Isn't it?
Yes.
So, I mean, avenues are plenty. It is about the subject that we are having here. You have the opportunity, you could have the opportunity directly with DRDO. Probably defense forces may open gates. Entrepreneurship is one. Industry is opening up massively. Industries. I had a word today morning. I had word with some of the professors over here as to why can't you people execute some of the projects that DRDO is doing, but they are not finding the bandwidth to implement that. Those projects can be brought to Amity. The students themselves can. And let me tell you one more thing, sir. Innovation can come only when you are young. People like me who have grown to a certain level, my mind is, as we call that in Punjabi, paka hua dimag. I really cannot change myself. But innovations have to come to you. As Navneet mentioned, you actually worked on certain papers and they were very different from your thought process also. Every one of you can have a lot of innovations, a lot of inventions. Opportunities are massive. Ideas are massive. What is your interest? What is your interest? How much you grab the concept? Then someone talked about Python. Someone talked about the languages. They are only the tools. They are only the tools to implement your ideas. You have to take your idea, define a problem of that idea. You have to define the problem, probable solutions. For example, that I talked about, the Airtel problem. What has happened? We don't see that Reliance, Anil Ambani's company anymore. Idea Vodafone merged. Airtel, talking in terms of share, Airtel's share remained at 300 plus for 8 years, a company of stature of Airtel. Why it happened? This happened because Jio produced some kind of disruption. And what is a disruption? This disruption is nothing but innovation. On the same grounds, Navneet is going to discuss on a particular scenario. We may have we may have some kind of understanding. Maybe we are doing some kind of prediction that this will be the scenario. These will be the solutions, but still we really may not be able to, pinpoint the disruption that might come from any of our adversaries.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Dayal, would you like to also just say a few words? I want all of you to say just 2 minutes, just address them. Then we will conclude and start with the workshop. Over to you, Dr. Dayal.
It's on. Okay. My advice to students are this. See, I've been a modeling guy and our strength basically is in mathematics. So you have been talking about tools and all those things. We generally use tools for fastening the process. It is never for modeling the solution. So the biggest challenge in any, just keep it close, in any of the problem is identifying the problem itself. You need to understand the problem in all its complexities, one thing, the constraints that you need to work on. Because every problem has got a large amount of constraints, especially in defense. Defense may the data is almost impossible to get. There is no testing done. There is nothing which is available. So you need to think. And the thinking process is the most important process that you're putting in the problem. So if you look at any problem, we invest at ESA around 70% of the time in just identifying and clarifying the problem to its outermost, we pen it down. So that the process is called ideation. I think Navneet will go through that process. He will be teaching you those ideation techniques. There's so many techniques to do that. Secondly is, then what you're looking at is the solution. Now, once the problem is defined and the constraints are identified, applying techniques, another technique to that problem is another problem itself. There's so many things that is available. So how do you do that is now is in your hand. But as far as I am concerned, you should identify the problem that needs to be solved. Once you have clear-cut idea about what you're trying to solve, techniques are something which is just a tool to work out with.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Daya. Mr. Richa Sharma.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon to all the honorable officers at DIAS and dear students. Myself, Ichha Shankar Sharma. I'll rather prefer to discuss and deliberate with you during the workshop itself. So as of now, I have nothing to say about it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you like to add anything? So thank you very much. And now we will close this inaugural session with a felicitation to our guests. And may I request Sneha, can you just... So students, we'll have a maybe 5 minutes break so that you can stretch your legs and also have a little walk around. Then we will assemble after 5 minutes. You need a break as well. So just wait for a few minutes. We will finish the felicitation. General Gadio, please come. Please.
Dr. Lamurthy, what about the lunch for the students? Dr. Lamurthy?
Yes, sir.
You will be starting the workshop, but give some time to students to eat something.
Yes, we will give a break at that time. We'll break at 12. 12. When is the lunch? When is that? 10 to 12.
It is 12:30, going to be 12:30 now.
Right. Huh? No, when is the lunch time? 1:15. So we will break at 1:15 for lunch, sir. And 1:15 to 2. 1:15 to 2 will be the lunch break. Till such time we'll have the workshop. Just can you just present the...
Dr. Arun Dayal, sir. Dr. Icha Shankar Sharma. Dr. Sumanta Kumar Das. Dr. Anand Prakash, sir. Deepak Malik, sir. Deepak Malik, sir.
So students, let us have a 10 minutes break. So now it is 45 minutes. So 12:45, please relax for some time. You can also just washroom. So what time will be the lunch? Lunch is 1:15, 1:30. So we will.
आ जाओ एक तो यहाँ पे आ जाओ आप यही आ जाओ कोई बात नहीं
Anupam, make it fast. Come here.
सबसे ज्यादा काम यहाँ पे है
Sarath, come here.
तो यहाँ पे है
Two from this side. Assis, come this side. Come, come. You will be part of China. Come.
ठीक है उनको एक पर्टिकुलर
Ravi.
तभी बोल सकते हैं
You come there. Sir. Come to sir. What is your name? Come, come. Sir, you come to this side. China. You will become China.
हेलो
Yeah, take it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now fine. Found you once again. Thank you. So how many Pakistanis are there?
This was nice.
Please continue. All the best. Sir, please.
सर आप किधर जा रहे हैं
Sir, you take. Can go to Russia. Yes, please you go to. Acha, here. Sir, you will become the part of this side. Empire बनेंगे. Good. 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 Come side. Okay, sir. Please come. Sir, sir is coming here. He will be part of USA, please, sir.
Let me be India.
India. Where is India? That's no one is there, sir. You can join. You can join here, sir. तुम्हें मैंने पैर में रखा था, इधर कैसे आ गया तुम? Okay, sir. Please, sir. Take, sir. Madhav? Sir,
Don't worry.
Sir. No issue. Madhav, no issue. Please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh? You sit along with him because he will be your guiding force. Listen to him. One more scientist. Sir. One more. Mr. Das. Yeah. Sir, please. He will be part of your team, USA? 1, 2, 3. Russia, 4, 5, 6.
Hello.
From where you want it? Tell me. I'll give you the army. I'll give you the army. Sir, many they are sitting in India. सब India में जा रहे हैं. कोई बात नहीं.
They will take care of India. High Court में तुम बैठोगे? अच्छा. नहीं मैं बताता हूँ. हैं? नहीं US में वो है ना. अपना सुमंता.
I want 2 people from India. 2 people from India. We don't have anyone in Russia.
रशिया में तो है.
नहीं ये sorry
China. India से China तो
हाँ.
China.
Come there. Sarath and you go to the China.
This is really the up of the okay.
Bring that. ले. Sir.
So he is known for having me on the So Deepak Malik has done a lot of games. As per this particular device, each of these for one each, they will discuss that time and respond to whatever they have been receiving for each.
No scientist. Please. कोई आपके साथ.
Based on the input that you got, so that's what you're telling. What you have to be like, what to be better. जो सिनेरियो भी बताएंगे कि इसके आगे का mastermind.
Or you don't have mind for this challenges. Only 6 students.
No problem.
They can have a whole thing. When they are also they're discussing it.
एक सेंटेंस तो you will be here. But you will handle China.
Sir is there, na?
Yeah. No, sir. Sir,
No, see what we have to do. We have to disrupt. You have to create a lot of problems.
I will show you the scenario by 2022 scenario that I have painted. China is the main mastermind of the scenario.
Great.
The global scenario.
Fine.
That is going to happen, and they will also take care of Russia because that's why Russia is with you and Pakistan.
Fine.
But so you have to, so you need to have a connection with Russia as well as a connection with Pakistan also.
So we need to consult with them.
Depute one person
for.
And I will tell them also. They will also.
Okay.
The scenario will be anyway. I will tell you scenario.
Okay, fine.
Anyway, I'm going to present. Scenario is that the 22 December they are going to take Taiwan.
Okay.
But not through military means, but through indirect means. They will capture. They will change the regime. They will install a puppet government or whatever mainland China may have. Simultaneously, through amphibious landing, they will put some police and PLA.
Some military also.
So they will control, just like Hong Kong plus. What they did with Hong Kong, plus, right? So that is simultaneously Russia will capture Ukraine.
Okay.
I mean, or start doing the Ukraine thing simultaneously within this. Us time pe scenario is by that time Biden will not be the, I mean, he will be the president, but Senate will be, US Senate will be Republican. क्योंकि नवंबर में उनके इलेक्शन होने, that they will shift. I mean, पक्का है कि वो most likely they will be the simultaneous. तो इसी time पे China, which is you, will tell Pakistan to start initiate the Kashmir operation along with 84th Army from Tibet from your side, which will participate as their force. So they will capture Kashmir and Ladakh simultaneously. उधर से अरुणाचल का भी attack start कर देगा. ठीक है. So it is an all-out war for us. We don't have US to back because US will be sort of confused whether to Russia को देखें या Taiwan देखें या ये देखें. Right. So this is the scenario. Now how we will play? This is the multipolar conflict. Okay, I will explain this also. But you have to now, how you have to handle this?
Nominate someone for China, someone for Russia, and someone for Pakistan.
Also, they will, all these information that you are going to share will also need to go to High Court when I will tell in a sort of a written paper.
Okay.
So you have to write down on a paper all the options and why you are choosing a particular option, what are the expected payoffs that you are thinking of those, and you have to send it to a nominated person here who will be nominated to work with China. Okay. So you also nominate one person for Russia with also and one person for Icon. Also, because who will interact with? This is the central team which will control the dynamics of umpire, which will control the dynamics of the whole. United Nations are looking at outside. I mean, they are online because some 40 people are online. So they are United Nations. So okay. आपको nominate करना है to interact with. So I told you right, China, Russia, Pakistan, India, and one. So simultaneously you have to control the dynamics in terms of जो भी आएगा. So they can react. So you can nominate them to react immediately. But if they feel कि कुछ change कर सकते हैं, then they come to you to decide.
So you need to take a bigger appointment between
हाँ.
have a discussion.
That's right.
These will be purely their views.
That's right. Absolutely. It has to be their view.
Dr. Das,
sorry, you have to guide.
Let them play.
Also,
You are the expert.
Define or orchestrate the scenario जो आपके mastermind में आता है कि you want to change the world like whatever. Peace की तरफ ले जाना है या war की तरफ? Okay, US is the scenario is for our purpose. आप सबको बताओ एक बार बता दो वहीं से. वहाँ पे बता दोगे? हाँ, वहाँ पे बता रहे हैं. Please आप बता दो. हाँ. So US scenario I think आपने बहुत बार बताया. For scenario as I told you, is that Taiwan Russia will. अरे पूछा नहीं सबसे. पूछा नहीं. Yes.
लेके खड़े रहना.
ये तो एक ही है. चलो फिर कहीं पे भी लगा दो तो just for anyone wants to see that they can look at it. Okay. So this is the scenario. Now you will be faced with three conflicts. One is that Taiwan, China, Russia, Ukraine. Simultaneously, Pakistan will attack Kashmir and Ladakh, and simultaneously, Arunachal mein China will sort of start the operation to take Arunachal. So this is really a game of China, mastermind of China. So now USA is a sort of a bipolar, so-called high unipolar world में हम हैं. You are the power. So you have to now really think about how do we really minimize the possibility of China doing all these things. Also take care of Russia in taking this, and also see where you will play and how many resources you can actually deploy. Simultaneously, your Senate is not with you, right? I mean, there is a conflict, so there will be sort of confusion. Now, whatever you do, whatever strategies that you do, you send it to HiCon, which is the commander. Okay, commander के दो लोग nominate होंगे to talk to you. You will send, when I tell now you send, आपको आधा घंटा देंगे time to discuss. When you have to write your options or your strategies, whatever. Those you have to send to them. They will take some time to respond to you. Simultaneously, you think about what are the events that are happening. Okay. So this is how the game will play. Maybe 2 or 3 rounds will खेल पाएंगे छोटे-छोटे, right? But because of the time. But this is the. But you nominate one person who will talk to. Secondly, you have to talk to India because India is your sort of collaborator. So you may nominate one person who will interact with India.
Now, how do we react?
Okay. तो एक बंदा आपको nominate करना है, 2 बंदे.
डिप्लोमेसी के लिए
नहीं, to interact with USA.
एंड हमें चाइना देनी चाहिए.
नहीं, चाइना के साथ आपको हाईकॉन से थ्रू ही जाना होगा.
Okay, so we have to request HiCon for any direction from China. US, I can approach directly.
US यहाँ से आप बात करते हैं, बंदा nominate होगा.
Who is diplomat?
You deploy one person for US and one person
Russia.
for 2 person with this.
Russia.
रशिया से बात कर सकते हैं. रशिया नहीं फंसा हुआ है.
हमें नहीं पता भैया.
ठीक है. So 3 बंदे हो गए. 3 Okay. So you will get all these guys. They will tell you their strategies. Those strategies you have to react. In the sense of what possible events will happen because of that you decide that time. You have to predict. They will come up with their what you can. So Russia. So you have 2 specific tasks. One is of course the scenario is that you're going to take Ukraine. Okay. That is your fundamental goal. Okay. Simultaneously, you do not want India to be lost in the world in whatever. So you will try to aid. So you need interaction with India. One person should be nominated to interact with India. One person to nominated to work. Where you will send whatever your strategy is. This person. They will decide the next steps and they will tell you. But you have to discuss the scenario and what are your options. You have to write it out.
Sir, वो writing के command होंगे. What will be the format of those commands? Simple language.
हाँ, कोई ऐसे कोई command नहीं, military language नहीं, simple ये मैं ये करने वाले हैं. रशिया है मुझे. तो आपको 2 बंदे nominate करने हैं to talk to India and HiCon. Okay.
नहीं ये लोग ले नहीं रहते पाकिस्तान तो मैं कहा अब हम लेंगे.
सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज पाकिस्तान का. So scenario anyway बात यह है कि so the scenario is simultaneous. I mean scenario is that China will go for Taiwan. Simultaneously Russia will go for Ukraine. And उसी टाइम पे पाकिस्तान वो कहा जाएगा चाइना से. China will have linkage with you to divert India. To divert. Take Kashmir and we will help you. China will help you with their army deployed and full army go as आपकी army. That is yours. So you take the task and independent of whatever you want to do. Your operation. Pakistan को भी किया जाए. Pakistan has extra. Yes. Pakistan has extra plus. तो आपको करना क्या? You need to have 2 interfaces. One is with China, वो continuous होगा, और एक with HiCon, where you will tell the strategies that you will.
Yes. Just wanted to explain. Can you just start? Okay. Okay, I'll just explain it. Okay, so this is the start of our workshop. I have explained some sort of a structure and the scenario. Okay, not the scenario, a little bit of this. So we have HiCon or क्या कहते हैं? Higher control. This is the higher control and mastermind is sitting, Deepak Malik. He will look after this whole game and it will be his mind which will play the game actually with all of you. So this team is the central hub of this whole multipolar game that we have. India will be faced with a particular type of a challenge which will come, and India has, each of you have to interface with HiCon. So you nominate one person or two persons from each team, and also from HiCon nominate two persons which will interface with each of these teams. Simultaneously, we have certain linkages which are independent of HiCon. For example, Russia can talk to China, Russia can talk to India also. Okay, or directly. Okay, however, that information you have to somehow trace to keep the record. Yeah, copy of all the interfaces that you have, all the communication, send it to HiCon also. They will keep it with them. Pakistan will talk to China, obviously. Of course, they are slightly anyway. वहाँ से यहाँ तक कैसे होगे? तो, but also Pakistan will have some linkages with HiCon, but it is basically Pakistan as a will play a specific game. So Iksha Shankar Sharma will sort of really take sufficient amount of attack on us, and on us meaning Dayal's team. And USA actually is a very big dilemma. So that dilemma will be taken by Sumanta Das ji. So I think you have to talk to India and the HiCon also. Okay, so I'll just explain the scenario and maybe we'll play the first part, little bit discuss. So each team can think about the options. And Selvam Murthy told me that 1:30 we have to sort of break for lunch. But while you are having lunch, continue to think, and we'll come back after that and to continue the game. Okay, so let me explain the scenario for 5 minutes, and then maybe. Yeah, so method to talk to USA or anyone else is through HiCon. Through HiCon, you say we want to talk to, the HiCon will decide whether what sort of. Okay, I'm going to read the scenario. Okay, please read the scenario, and also going to project a map here. Okay, so read the scenario. Each team has a specific type of a scenario. So please read for some 5 minutes each. You can note down notes also. The scenario is that November 2022 November 2022 is 1 year approximately down. In US Parliament, there is an election, right? That election is to look at the Senate, right? Senate elections, they call it. And in that November elections, Republicans win, okay? And the Democrat, which is the Democratic President, Biden, is a Democratic President in a Senate, which is a Republican Senate, okay? Now, they have to now sort of see whether this so-called America First is now look inwards America in post-pandemic world is what they are saying, that we are going to look inside to improve our capability. That is their specific thinking, okay? USA is now inward looking and more of it, okay? Now that is the thinking, but the crisis that is going to come will be from China, which is mainland China will go for Taiwan unification. Taiwan unification, they have been trying to do this, but they will not do a direct military action. It will be through creating and changing the government in a way
that is deniable that we have done. It is, they will say, just like the internal forces, internal people, they want to join back with the mainland, is what will be projected. It will be done throughout the year after Winter Olympics, which will happen in February. And those scenarios will be some sort of a civilian coup in Taiwan. It is not a military coup, it's a civilian coup type of thing that will happen, is what they will project. And as this is happening, China initiate simultaneously an uprising near Arunachal border, where they have the 600 villages that they have created, which will flow into Arunachal. And they say Arunachal also wants to join. Looking at Taiwan's case, they also want to join the mainland. Okay, this is the second uprising. So let me India itni jaldi mat rahi hai, just okay. Simultaneously, Pakistan sends in disguised Taliban and its forces in Kashmir. China will raise 84th Army in Tibet, a full army now. That Tibet army will be given to Pakistan. So you will get an extra army for you from Tibet as under your command, okay, to take care of Kashmir and Ladakh, to build the CPEC is what they are claiming. Simultaneously, Russia will find out an opportunity to push back NATO and take just like what they did with Crimea, they will take Ukraine, and they will sort of create a 100,000 armed infiltrators, which will be disguised USSR or Russian military, but they will be considered as insurgents. Okay, so that is how they will build. Everything, everywhere there is a deniability built into this. All these operations are not direct, so-called, right? In all the four military operations, deniability is built into the campaign as the military forces or the main powers. China and Russia are not directly involved, but on a moral sort of a support to fights for freedoms and unification and mergers is what they are projecting. So this is a fight for unification, mergers and freedom is what everywhere. Okay, even Pakistan is also claiming the above. Okay, they are saying we would like to freedom is what. So there is no actual war. Okay, everywhere it is a simultaneous sort of a uprising and also conflict, which is below the actual physical war. Okay, now here this is the scenario. Okay, just a second. You just look at this map. I'm going to project this map continuously. So you can see these are the 4 flashpoints, and all these 4 flashpoints are impacting India to a great extent. In fact, substantially, except for this one, where whoever could have supported India, USA, which is also having this particular problem, right? In the internal structurally, there is an issue. Russia is busy with Ukraine, and China has taken, along with Pakistan, these 3 flashpoints. China, of course, is simultaneously doing Taiwan, but this is really a faint operation that they are trying to do, so that USA should be busy in this, because they have many ways to do this. Okay, but so this is something that they are saying USA and the rest of the world should be busy in that, but they will take Taiwan. Okay, that is their focus, right? Later on, they will take Arunachal and Tibet. So this is the real scenario. And in this scenario, problem is, I'm calling the whole scenario as brink of annihilation. We are at the brink of annihilation, scenario 2020. USA, all the 13 US fleet, US aircraft carriers are like this, right? This is actually from 2020 military balance situation, right? I mean, this is what I'm taking. So they are somewhere here, all the US fleet, all the 13 US fleet. But you can maybe take as a picture or something for your reference. हाँ? ये गांव वो जो जापान के उधर, ये डेगो गार्सिया. So this is our scenario. Anyway, it is there. This picture was there in this. This one, just to show you the border with China. Border. We have, so this is where Pakistan with the Tibetan army will play, right? And here, this particular part, this Chinese will do with their own structure, right? And so, okay, so I just want to explain this. This is an old scenario, but I want to include this also. How does India know in next 6 months or from this thing? So August, November 2022, we actually had one more virus attack in India. This was actually given through ISI-backed infiltrators who came to India, and they started this. Where it is? Okay, this is a generic title thought. So 2 months before the D-Day, which is November 22nd, that's what we said, will be a Malaysian doctor told India that a new strain of virus has been discovered. Okay, and a peculiar strain of virus has been developed in his laboratory about 2 months back and given to Pakistan ISI. And Pakistan has sent 50 suicide bombers type of people to India to proliferate this attack. And it came to our notice around 19th November that there is a virus attack, new strain of virus that has come, which is very different from what is existing. And this is also sort of told that this Malaysian doctor that people are saying, actually Indian intelligence found that it is on the payroll of China actually. Okay. So this also is information. Second is that China naval intelligence also created these various cyber worms or the computer worms, which infected a lot of our existing structures or existing networks. And this came to us when one particular social media hobbyist actually thought that some sort of an open source developer in Cochin, he was trying to type plan. What is the plan? To his girlfriend, he was sending one message. Okay. So when the plan, he said that as soon as the plan he saw, right, that plan word went to Hebentota in Sri Lanka. And that he said that why my messages are going to Hebentota. So then he sort of reported to police. And police found that it is going to some sort of a prism-like software, which is in a ship in China, in Hebentota, which is actually being collected, and it is being monitored continuously as soon as the keyword is published anywhere in India. Okay, so this indicates that the so-called cyber warfare is actually cyber. It is not warfare per se, but it is a cyber monitoring of specific type of keywords that they are continuously doing. So the information through our regular networks need to be sort of controlled. Okay. So gameplay round one, I am just giving each team some specific type of inputs to play. First one is Indian side, because Indian side is specifically sandwiched because of this peculiar China-Pakistan nexus. And also the game is by China. Actually, the game is by China. I mean, the whole game. Okay. So our question is how to assess this nexus? What should be our key responses? Will US under Democrat Biden and Republican Senate be willing to work with us openly? Or what about Russia under Putin? EU and Japan, whether they will help? Who will be Indian supporters and to what extent? Can India initiate a conventional war, or should we be initiating some surgical strikes or something else? Or Indian option and decision need to be listed down, is what you have to do. Okay. Second player is, you just, इसको लिख लो ना, पिक्चर ले लो, पिक्चर में. Okay, Pakistan side, Pakistan. So you note down this. How to assess Indian response? What should be our key objectives? Can we have joint Sino-Pak objectives? Right? Can we bring China also to respond conventionally against India in support of Pakistan, which anyway they have given you in this case? What is our escalation metrics for nuclear weapons use? Okay. Then our media strategy, international communication strategy, Pakistani options and decisions need to be listed out and then communicated to the High Comm. Okay. Then China side, China is the key player right here. So China needs to understand our main focus is to unification of Taiwan. And simultaneously, if we get Arunachal, that's a plus, right? That is the focus. Now, securing Ladakh and Kashmir was CPEC and BRI, of course, that's another type of a objective. And through Pakistan, this thing. Stalling, obfuscating and denying US, EU and UN objectives is definitely another major strategy that you need to build. Indicating and hoping for peace as if we are actually hoping for peace because we are not doing it, right? It is not China's game, but some people are doing this, so they are interested to join us. I mean, join the mainland is what you have to project as your sort of. This is the strategy. Okay, Russian side. Russia is a peculiar player. They want to play, but also gain from all sides. Okay, specifically, their whole idea is installing a puppet regime in Ukraine so that they don't join NATO and also become more of extended Russia or extended USSR, assisting India by selling a lot of arms with great profit. That is your key objective. Then stalling all those, I think, other points about indicating, hoping for peace and new changes. Yes. Okay. Finally, US side. Okay. US is in a peculiar type of a situation because US is saying that we want to reawaken the US power because now for last 6-7 years under Trump also and also even now, it has specifically after Taliban taking over Afghanistan, it has gone down. So we need to reawaken the US power is what should be your focus. Minimizing the geopolitical changes so that you continue the rules of war type of thing or the rules of the game as it is. And initiating calibrated military action in all three sectors. Okay, India sector, Ukraine sector and Taiwan sector. Maybe that you can think about. How to prioritize and execute. That is your challenge. Okay, so that you need to sort of work. And people who are not here in the teams, who are online, they are the United Nations and other nations. So kindly we will talk to you afterwards and see your reaction to the output because each team is going to present after about half an hour of deliberations and also HiCon is going to be the monitor which is going to look at these scenarios and also try to engage with each of these players and also control the game. So this is Deepak Malik's game. Okay. So game controller will do the take plans and actions from both sides and all sides, project key events based on plans submitted by each team, extrapolate and the scenario and plans and define the new situation in January 2023. Okay, we are talking about November, December 2022. Define the new situation. So this is what, right? Structure is clear.
Can you go for a lunch? Then we'll go.
Okay. So we can build अभी गर्म हुए हैं वही तो गर्म है कैसे फिर खाना ठंडा हो रहा है 5 मिनट दे दो इनको सब 5 मिनट का टाइम दे देते हैं then we'll start. आप बोलो
Sir, sorry, we'll take it 1 minute. I know that India is very in crisis. So 5 minutes we are giving you for your discussion and all. Then before war, we'll go and take a lunch. So you students,
because बिना खाना खाए कैसे
आप लड़ेंगे, है ना? So you students, you go on and take lunch in the canteen and you come back by 2:15. 2:15, kindly come 2:15. Right, thank you. For the students, this presentation which is shown by the Mr. Navneet sir, we have mailed to every and each students. You can check your mail, you'll get this presentation over there. Thank you.
Okay, one final announcement from the interaction perspective. Whatever you will get, please ensure that the time is written. what time you got, actual time, so that so unse jab bhi whenever they will give you something, you say what is the time, or you note down the time of that whatever, right? So we get the sequence. Later on, we'll see the sequence.
Hello? If all countries allow, then we can move for a lunch. So all are busy, so yeah. Students, kindly you go for lunch and you come at 2:15. That time will not change. Kindly take break, students. Sir, कोई छोड़ने को तैयार नहीं. Okay. Okay. Sir, all students kindly take break.
Hello. Okay. See one point. We will spend about 15 minutes more, and first interaction should start after that from all the teams. We'll give 15 more minutes. Okay. At least first initial reaction or initial strategy or whatever action that you want to do. No, you have to give to them. Written. But 1 or 2 points. मतलब ना इतना लंबा पैराग्राफ नहीं, वो कल लग जाएगा. हाँ, नहीं इस तरह लिखा है ऐसे कि पता नहीं. तो कौन सी सिचुएशन है? ओके. और यहाँ भी फाइट मत करने लगना, अलग अलग हो. अपना सिनेरियो डिस्कस करें. ठीक है सिनेरियो बहुत बढ़िया. इससे मैंने इनको बोला कि कॉन्ट्रा भी सोचो. आप बोल रहे हो भैया, मान लो इसमें एक कोई ऐसा बोल रहे जी को हटा दिया, जी हट गया, जी को हटा, मतलब वो मलिकन हटाया था. I should think about this. Or even China can kill Putin. हाँ, China can kill Putin और नाम हरा US वो fight for Russia, you are totally aligned with them. और कहीं और 3% ultimately मान लो चाइना कहता है मोदी को US में दिखाया, तो इसको हटा दो, मोदी को हटा दो, तो ऑटोमेटिकली इंडिया जो भी अपने अंदर आ गए. इस तरह से कई तरह का. तो ये सब आप ऑप्शन निकलेंगे, आप भी काउंटर बनाओगे, इसको आगे उनके आगे करने का जो रिएक्शन है वो आपको बनाना है. तो यू कैन क्रिएट ऑल दिस इज ये कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस. तो ये अब देखो 2-3 ही राउंड खेल पाएंगे शाम को, 3 तो बच गए. 2 घंटे और 3 घंटे और, तो इसलिए टाइम का मैनेजमेंट. अच्छा सी क्या होता है और कैसे सीक्वेंस बनता है. देन रिपोर्ट्स दीस गाइस नीड टू क्रिएट ऑफलाइन. तो एंड में देखेंगे प्रोजेक्ट पोस्टमार्टम जो करना है वो चाहिए. सब इन्वॉल्व हो गए बच्चे. आज से जब काम करना होता है ना, ऐसी कहानियों में बच्चों को बड़ा मजा आता है. इनफैक्ट ऐसे सिनेरियो में सारी लर्निंग है. आपकी जो टेक्निक्स है इसी सिनेरियो में फिट हो जाती है. वो ऑफलाइन की जो इनको पहले इनिशियल सबसे पहले जो असाइनमेंट दी थी मिलिट्री पहले दे दी 5 कंट्री है. अगर ये जो इनको लिखा हुआ था कि भाई वेपन कौन कौन से हैं कितने, तो वो मैंने कहा ये देखो किस कंट्री ने कैसे अपने आप को ऑर्गेनाइज किया वो लिखा हुआ है। उसकी असाइनमेंट जो कंपैरिजन सिमिलैरिटी और डिफरेंस बस ये बताना है असाइनमेंट में। बड़े खुश होकर लोगों ने किया, उन्होंने बहुत डिटेल नेट से ढूंढा, ये भी किया, बहुत करके वैसे सेट कि हमें काफी क्लैरिटी आ गई कि क्या है मिलिट्री बैलेंस में देख के मैंने भेज दिया। इसके पीछे भी है, इसके पीछे okay, one point I forgot. This assignment 2 that we did, right? What was the assignment 2, if you remember? Military balance. We compared military balance from ISS military balance of 5 nations. You keep that also in your mind. Also, since you have done the comparison, you understand some of those things. Also, in the presentation, all those military balance information is also there, which I think Dr. Neeraj has already sent to you in the email, right? So at the end, all those slides are also there. Okay, just keep this in mind. So I just wanted to highlight. The assignment 2 that you have done, assignment 2 you did, right? क्या था? भूल गए? 5 countries. हाँ, 5 countries. Military balance. वो आपके presentation that you receive, right? उसके end में all the military balance information is there. Just keep that also in mind when you are doing this analysis. Not all. You have to give the specific inputs in terms of how you want to achieve what next based on the scenario. What is it that you want to do next? 3-4 things which you want to do as China. And if you want to talk to your friend Pakistan or with Russia, you'll be up to it, but not with US and
Understood.
that you have to go through them.
Go through them, and we have to just provide.
Copy if you do,
We have to provide
communication.
actual information. We have to provide our actual what we have in our mind.
Yes, all not mind, whatever you want to act. Whatever.
Everything has to be written. And
Not everything, the specific actions that you want to do. Specific actions that you want to do. Or next
be it positive, be it negative,
हाँ,
doesn't
कुछ भी,
matter.
जो भी हो।
वो हमें वहाँ पे सबमिट करके आगे
और वो फिर आपको बताएंगे कि एज ए टीम जाएगा आपको इंडिविजुअल, आप एक टीम हो भैया, आप ये नहीं है कि सीए लगे
Hello.
Okay, I think you can start giving your counters, each of you, to the High Command, and they will respond, and they will take some time. Huh? Written. You have to write it down. ये नहीं है कि सभी कुछ लिख के दें. One also you can give. So right, I mean whatever actions, specific actions, which can include a statement that you are giving to the world. इनको देना हाई कमांड. तो अब आप दे सकते हो if you have written. Hello.
Any information, any request, any decision that is coming to umpire table needs to be time stamped. Please do not come without any time stamp. Navneet sir, what kind of time we are looking at? Is it the real time clock or is it W plus time?
No, actually, initially I had this particular thought that each should be timestamp real time. I mean, as of now. Okay, as of now, real time. मैंने अभी 3:05 हुआ तो that is what मेरा ये thought. No. आपने किस time पे अपना भेजा? It is not for that particular time, not the game time. It is actual time that because we need to.
हाँ यार
जब मर्जी हुआ वो इस वक्त क्या टाइम है आपका 3:17 पे आपने भेजा है वो लिखो हाँ मतलब वो इट इज द टाइम दैट यू हैव सेंट ये जो 11 हाँ मतलब जो भी टाइम है वो हमें ये देखना है सीक्वेंस ये तो सीक्वेंस
Hello, everyone. Just 30 seconds, please. You can send a request to umpire. You can send your proposals to umpire. You can say anything, but you cannot force the umpire to agree with you. This scenario execution will take place at 4:30 p.m. After that, every team is going to make a presentation on what steps they took and why they took. And the base of that presentation will be those receipts or the parchiyan or the pharre that you are getting from various sources. All right? You will be given 15 to 20 minutes to make a presentation. And those, you will be presenting those. Okay? Everyone clear?
Just now he announced it, आपको सुना नहीं अभी 1 hour है तब तक जितना भी स्टेज होगा at 4:30 we will make a small presentation based on whatever you have received, whatever you have written. Based on that, prepare that small presentation. Each team will prepare what you have done, what you have done, what strategy you have chosen, what you received from them, what you thought of it. For 10 minutes only. Each team will nominate 1 or 2 people to speak or also present. तो अभी सबका हो गया अभी सबका
सर मैं जो बोलता हूँ ना मेरा जो सवाल सफेद है ना मैं यहीं बैठ के बोल देता हूँ हमने तो सर 18 साल से बच्चे देखे हैं कौन कैसे इन्वॉल्व होता है ना वो सब दिखता है यहीं से बैठ के दिखता है हम तो क्लास के टीचर ना यहाँ बैठते हैं अपनी भी फीडबैक आ जाती है बच्चों के चेहरे से कि मैं जो पढ़ा रहा हूँ समझ रहा हूँ ये तो मैंने हाँ मैंने कहा ना आपस में लड़ रहे हैं तू गलत बोल रहा है मैं ठीक मैं टेकिंग इट इज अ रियल थिंग समझ गया हाँ मजाक तो आई हाँ समझ आ रहा इसमें क्या बोला करेक्ट दिस इज द राइट वर्ड और आपने जो बोला ना सर वहाँ के साथ मिलके ना पुणे वाले के साथ एक 3 दिन का कराएंगे फिर अभी मुझसे नहीं कर रहे थे आप लंच के टाइम में कह रहे थे ना कि एक वर्कशॉप करानी है उनके साथ में कौन सा कॉलेज है वो पुणे का आप क्या कह रहे हैं हाँ जी हाँ गुजरात सॉरी पुणे कह रहा हूँ गुजरात वाला हाँ आप लोग लंच मैं थोड़ा सा हट गया था आपने हाँ 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 समझ गए हाँ हम करवा देंगे मीटिंग सर आप फॉर्म ऊपर ज्यादा तो रूल्स है आपको समझ में छोटी चाहिए आपने खुदवानी बात तो अलग बात है परसों का कल बताएंगे, कल 10:30 बजे। ऐसी चीजें कि सबको मत करा तो मेरे पास आई मैं ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहा हूँ, सब कम टू मी। हाँ, क्योंकि आज लेट हो गया ना, आज हमने लंच 11 बजे शुरू करना था, हमने 2 बजे शुरू किया। You then you talk to Dr. Saleh. I can नहीं हम कुछ नहीं बताएंगे। आप उनसे बात करो कि हमने 10:30 कर लिया, हम गोवा के अंदर थोड़ी काम करते हैं, उनको करना तो भेजेंगे अपने आप। What I said you understand my point. We are not working under Gurgaon campus. सुन लो मेरी बात। We have organized this, एक दिन का प्रोग्राम था, वो चूंकि डिले हो गया इसलिए 2 दिन हो गया। Well, comfortable you will come. If you are not comfortable, anyway we are conducting. तो you ask to Dr. Saleh कि ऐसा है कि we want to come again. Civil center में। हाँ ना, इससे ऑनलाइन के बच्चे अभी भी हैं और कोई पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर पाते। पहले देखो, आप बताओ ऑनलाइन कैसे पार्टिसिपेट हो ही नहीं करेंगे। हाँ, तो आप बात करके कल भी आ जाओ, कोई मना थोड़ी है उसमें। आपको मजा ज्यादा आ रहा है, ठीक कर रहा है। हमारे यहाँ भी पोस्टपोन है, कल भी पोस्टपोन होगी हमारी, कल हो जाता है पोस्टपोन करते हैं। तो डॉक्टर साल नहीं करेंगे, मेरे प्रीव्यू में नहीं आता है। कल पे शिफ्ट हो गई है और आप चाहें तो 10:30 से शुरू है, जो चाहे पार्टिसिपेट, जो भी मिस हो गए वो भी आ सकते हैं, जो बच्चे हैं ना। वी आर वेलकमिंग एवरीवन, बट हम उनको ये नहीं कर सकते कि आप अपने कॉलेज को बंद करो या ये करो, बेट भी करना चाहिए। तभी पूछा था ये मैंने कहा पूछी जा रहा मेरे पास क्या हो सकता है, वो अलग बात है। लिखते भी वही है और बोलते भी वही है, तो ये पता आपको बोलते भी मैं जो वो नहीं ऐसी भाषा बोलते हैं, ऐसे लिखते मतलब माय बॉय विल डू लेकिन कुछ लोग हैं जो ये भी सोचते हैं सिलेक्ट होते हैं बट अगर ये सोचे पर ज्यादा नहीं फिर सबसे बचेगा मुझे तब वो सही रहेगा। ऐसा कुछ हमारे यहाँ आपके यहाँ सुबह देखिएगा पीछे मेरे पास लेकिन वैसे भी होता है टाइम है जिस काम के लिए लिखी गई सर अगर कुछ भी याद करो अगर आपने मैं अगर इन्वॉल्व करके सबसे बड़ी हम अभी से कर रहे हैं और कुछ भी हो जैसे कि मैं
आपके से इनकी बात हो गई है तो सर के यहाँ आपकी भी बात हो गई है कुछ ऐसे आपको देखा कैसे देखते हो टेढ़े टेढ़े कैसे देख रहे हो आपको देखा हमने इधर देख रहे हो आप सर ये स्टार्ट
ना वो ऐसी आदत है
ऐसे ही हो
थोड़ा सा दिमाग से भी ऐसे
देखा ना वैसे भी देखा सर को
ये क्या करता है सिनेमा का जाता है
ये
हमारे का प्लेट करता है
अपने से अपने अपना सोचते हैं लोग अपना अपना सोचते हैं
उसके पास
दिखाने के लिए सर हम बहुत मांग आदमी है कुछ करने कुछ नहीं खाली
देखो डांट दिया तो
जैसे इनको जो अपने सर आगे बैठे हैं उनको भी इनको जो इनको क्या कहते हैं अपना टीचर है ये क्या है हमारे डिपार्टमेंट टीचर है ये जिससे जो भी आगे बैठे होते हैं ना सर का नाम क्या है जो बैठे थे अभी जो फिर आपको तरफ खड़े खड़े थे देखो तो मलाया साहब हाँ मलाया ना इनका जो अपने टीचर है
और कौन है
नहीं अभी तो गए सर से उठ के बाहर गए वो उनकी बात कर रहा हूँ उन्हीं की बात कर रहा हूँ आपसे हाँ जी
टीचर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के टीचर
हमारे डिपार्टमेंट है ना ये
अभी हमने आने नहीं दिया
अच्छा ट्रम्पलिंग करा रहे हैं ट्रम्पलिंग हमारे यहाँ
अरे आने की पूरी कोशिश
वो इतने अच्छे लोग थे अपना वो जल्दी काम वो दोनों इतने अच्छे थे कुछ सपोर्टर थे आपके आप कहते थे रुकना तो अपने रुकते थे सर अनेक टाइम तक सब कुछ काम कर देंगे रिक्वेस्ट करी थी रिक्वेस्ट करी थी वोट मैंने रिक्वेस्ट करी थी आप मैंने बोले मैं सर आपकी डाटे कोई बात नहीं करा एक बार मिलो आ जाओ सर बोले नहीं मुझे हाँ मुझे पता आएंगे नहीं फिर हमें कपूर से इंस्ट्रक्शन लगा क्वालिफाइड आदमी कैसे बोल सकते हो आप एकदम से ये थोड़ी कि क्वालिफाइड हो गया
राजकुमार को डांटना है
हाँ बिल्कुल सही अब मेरी मैं आपको कुछ कहता हूँ अकेले में कहता हूँ सर मेरे आप ऐसा मत बोला करो, आप ऐसा मत करो सर, तो अकेले में होता है ना सर, सब कुछ अकेले में होता है। अरे सर गलत है ना किसी को ऐसा बोलना, सब इज्जत ले रहे हैं ऐसा थोड़ी होता है। सब देखो छोटा है बड़ा अपनी इज्जत सबको प्यारी होती है।
सारे लोग बैठे हैं उसके बीच में बोल रहे हैं।
आर्मी थोड़ी है कि आर्मी जैसे सिपाही डांट दिया आपने, आप जनरल है तो
आर्मी वाले भी जैसे मत गोली मार रहे हैं वापस।
नहीं क्या करते आर्मी वाले चलाते हैं, ये क्या करते सिपाही
आर्मी वाले गोली मार देते हैं।
हाँ तो ज्यादा दिक्कत आती है, ऐसे करते हैं क्या? तो माइंड फ्री होता है तो आदमी वायु सन की होता है आदमी वाला, क्योंकि अपनी सोचता है मुझे मरना है मैं इसको भी मार दूंगा, तो ठोक दूंगा सीधा, वो सीधा ठोकूंगा, ऐसा होता है जरूर। अब वो आर्मी रूल तो यहाँ नहीं चलेंगे ना, एजुकेशन लाइन इंस्टीट्यूट आप इंस्टीट्यूट पे काम कर रहे हो, आर्मी में तो काम कर नहीं रहे आप, तो यहाँ के रूल से चलो ना।
आगे रूल से चलो, यहाँ पर हर आदमी पढ़ा लिखा है, सबसे ज्यादा पढ़ा है।
वही तो है ना, एक से यहाँ धुरंधर पड़े हुए हैं।
सर इसका जो रैंक है वो इनके बराबर है।
वही कौन सा रैंक बनता है, टॉप लेवल बनता है, वो किस लेवल जा रहा है यहाँ आपसे, आप उसको ऐसे ही कर रहे हो। इंस्टीट्यूट में तो आपको तुम कहना भी गलत है।
मैं तो कहता नहीं, सबको आप ही कहता हूँ।
नहीं जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट में शब्द नहीं होना चाहिए, इंस्टीट्यूट में तो बनता ही है।
ये आपके घर का परिवार का इसका भी देता है, किस परिवार में पैदा हुआ कहाँ पर है। हमारे परिवार को कोई कहता नहीं।
तो एक चीज तो आप मैंने एक चीज देखी थी, जैसे आप जैसे बुरा तमिल वाला ये ऐसे पसंद बोला था बंदा जो उसमें जो आपने क्या नाम था वही मैंने उसके बाद उसको दिखाना था, उसको आपको सुधारा सर्विस में आ गए थे, सब डॉक्टर नहीं मिले नहीं तो मुझे कहते लेकिन मैंने अच्छी बात कर सी बात ये होता है इंसान को अपनी इज्जत फिर मांगनी पड़ती है। तो सोचे कल तो पहले हमें लाओ डॉक्टर लाओ जैसे उसके बाद डॉक्टर पेज को बुला के लाओ, देखो ये होता है इंसान को। हाँ हाँ वो छोटे कल मेरे सामने तो डांट रहा है, मेरे ऊपर तो बात सकती है। हाँ मैं बोला सर ने बहुत अच्छा किया, सर की बात नहीं ये सब अच्छा किया, उससे डॉक्टर भेज बुला के लाओ। हाँ सर आओ मेरे साथ बैठे, ये अच्छी है, अच्छी चीज करी सबने।
नई डिपार्टमेंट को इतना बढ़िया बना
आएगी अपना को चलाएंगे, मैं भी आप साथ देना सर प्लीज, मुझे साथ देना, मैं लाइट निकाल के लिखूंगा।
हाँ नमस्ते। मैं निकल जाऊंगा 5:30 5:15 तक खत्म होगा। हाँ मैं पहले बता दूंगा क्योंकि मैं ना अभी अपनी गाड़ी से नहीं आ रहा हूँ, गाड़ी फोन करके आता हूँ। मैं तो आपको मैं बता दूंगा जब खत्म 4:30 से ये फाइंड अप करना शुरू करें। 10-10 मिनट का ये प्रेजेंटेशन करवा रहे हैं, पता नहीं मुझे लग रहा है 5:15 तक खत्म। अपनी सब तो यही रहेंगे, मैं भी जी में चले जाऊंगा बाकी का
एक्चुअल में होता है वो कम है। अगर ये होता है इसलिए मैं आपसे ना ये सिलेबस ना आपको खुद ही डिमांड आपके हिसाब से आपने बनाया कि काफी रियलिस्टिक है। मैं बैठा सुन ही रहा हूँ मैडम, देख ही रहा हूँ, बहुत रियलिस्टिक है, बहुत ऐसा हो सकता है। इतना अगर कर दिया तो खत्म है। लेकिन अभी बता रहे उन्होंने 50 साल का अपना बना रखा है, उसमें लिखा है कि 2030 तक ना 25 तक इसको बढ़ाने की नहीं सर नहीं सर
Guys, 15 minutes only. 15 minutes only. 15 minutes left, please.
Hello? Hello? So shall we start the presentations?
प्रेजेंटेशन अब बनाएंगे
नहीं बनी हुई है ना नहीं presentation मतलब whatever okay each team will get some 5 to 10 minutes to present what you have to present is specifically what you have thought about it what was the interaction with the HiCon and also what were the parameters of thinking about solving this problem this sort of a scenario what was
There is no secret.
Game is over. Now no one is Pakistan, no one is China, no one is India. All of us are same page. Now we really need to look at what we have gone through and also understand what we did. Okay, as sort of set of people who were doing this. Okay, so who will start first? Which team will start first? China wants to start first? No, as China wishes, because the game is by China. Okay?
So, Nikhil, how to show the slides? Nikhil.
Nikhil is going to parent what they did.
So, ये slide कैसे चल रहा है? Slide, shall we show the slides on the?
Rajiv ji. इसको पकड़ के हटा दो। इधर आओ, सर कम से।
Just need to hang the laptop.
First, you make your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, China. I am Nikhil. I am representing the role of China, or what China will do in these scenarios. What we thought it will do. First of all, because we have diplomatic relations with Pakistan, so what we did with Pakistan, or what we granted, or what we accepted or given to Pakistan, want Pakistan to raise concern of Kashmir in United Nations about Indian atrocities, highlight torture of regional Kashmiris by Indian Army, which even accepted by Indian Army also, that few civilians were died in crossfires. So we are asking Pakistan to take it to the European nation and as well as that United Nation to raise these issues. Wish to invest more money in Afghanistan to uplift their economy, because we have some copper mines which we are interested in Afghanistan, from which we take huge amount of copper. So we want to invest money, and but we want from Pakistan we want that this money has to be invested in terrorism or training troops of Talibanis. ISI has to make sure that this money ends up being used in military operations in Taliban. Next, our political role. Support from China to Taiwan for development of industries, education and economic growth. Basically, we have issued a huge amount of loan to Taiwan for economic growth, and for China has given loans to multiple nations, I suppose 128 nations in the world.
I think as per the war, you already taken out Taiwan. So why are you supporting it for economic development? What are you telling actually based on what? See, there was a scenario presented to you in which China had already taken over Taiwan.
China has taken over Taiwan, but not yet in the starting of the beginning itself.
This is beginning.
We took this scenario. We took this scenario as that it has yet to start. It has yet to start, and we are planning everything in our commands that the moment when we are starting the war with Taiwan, or we are controlling the Taiwan, or when we are controlling the India, so everything would be in our head. Yes, we have contacted HiCon. Actually, during the support from China to Taiwan for development of industries, education and economic growth.
got this request, why did you refuse? Because the scenario.
This request was alter. This request was altered later for the areas which where we have formed our own government. I am adding it. I am just providing it. I have.
On the same ground, on the ground that I mentioned.
Actually, during the time that there were insurgents in the Taiwan, which people were not happy with the Taiwanese government. Those areas we were able to introduce ourselves, and we formed local government of our own. And in those areas, we are providing all these industries and education and everything. Additionally, in economic front also, we will go to a slide that in which we have done some things on Taiwan. Investment in Afghanistan for employment economy by mining copper and reserves. ये पीछे से आता हुआ प्लान है कि पीछे से हमने क्या क्या किया उस चीज के लिए.
Scenario starting was that we have taken over. पीछे जाने का मतलब why you are creating a new scenario which was not there? See, you should not have created extra scenario from the past. So you have to take the scenario that has been given to you as the truth, as the starting point. Then develop on that. You are not going to say that extra information from on your own you don't need to add.
I think this message I got this message wrong,
No,
that
anyway.
we have to start from the beginning to that end.
My voice is I just talked it actually. So actually, government is already formed. Local government is already formed in Taiwan by China. So we just want to engulf it entirely because there is opposition by the local people. Local coup chal raha hai.
So support.
Yes, sir. Local coup is going on in Taiwan, right? Because government is formed by Chinese people. And they're favoring Chinese people, but local people, some of them are opposing the people from China. So we want to
you are
actually.
saying that we will do next.
Yeah,
right?
we want
So
to
he
actually.
is saying it is coming from past, right? Investment, support from
Some
China.
some
to
areas
Taiwan
which we have control, some areas which we have control, there we have formed this thing.
See,
actually,
what you are saying is we will help them to do all these things ahead, right? That is fine. That's the only point.
Not that.
But that is that really such an important point as part of your strategy on that scenario?
Sir, I listen.
See, that you should parent those important points which are most important for the scenario specific. This is a sort of a tangential thing we will support. आगे दिखाओ ना.
Sharing is the point properly, sir. Yes, sir.
Conduct joint exercise with Pakistan to improve defense posture of both the countries. Send peace force to Taiwan to oppose the oppression of the newly formed government. We are solidifying our defense on the Indian border of Arunachal Pradesh and Tibet by building mega defense corridors.
Excuse me, just a minute. Whether the Pakistan syndicate knows about that they are going to conduct the joint exercise with China? First, point number one, are you aware of?
Did you communicate to them?
Are you aware of?
We have joint exercise with Pakistan.
It was communicated otherwise, that the China is conducting an exercise with Russia. But here it is been reflected. Please check it, please. Icon, please. With Pakistan, whether the joint exercise with Pakistan is being communicated by China to HICON. Umpire, please.
Okay, in the interest.
These are lesson learned. No issue.
Actually, the person has taken the photograph of that note also.
Please understand, nothing is right and nothing is wrong. Whatever you are saying is based on your understanding of the scenario. So we are not here to judge you. We are just trying to see what did you understand out of all this. Okay, so then don't get confused.
It's
proposal from Russia to conduct military exercise with China in Taiwan Strait. We accepted the proposal and also supported their stance for Ukraine issue as US, UN and United Nations. Additionally, one point is missing here, though Russia haven't accepted that point, that we have asked Russia to, in a friendly nature, we have allowed Russia to use our BRI corridor, which is running from.
No, have you talked with Russia about
on a
it?
friendly, yes, on a friendly nature, we have given a proposal to Russia
Okay.
that they can use our BRI corridor and use South China Sea for economic corridor, economic purpose, which they have not accepted yet, but the proposal is being provided to them. They open an economic corridor.
Okay.
To improvise the military exercises and to show the that the United States and all these that we are strong here, to show that we are standing strong with Russia in this South China Sea.
You want to show that Russia is your partner basically? When
Yes,
they come
yes.
to your help when
Though they are not our actual mutual partners, but on global part, we want to show that yes, they are with us. Economic relations, as Taiwan is not able to repay the debt, we are imposing economic sanctions in which every ship has to pay special cess, which will be collected by Port Authority of Taiwan. This is basically the part which is not in our control, which is still in the control of Taiwan. But I got this.
You are saying that the debt is there for Taiwan.
Yes.
ये हाईकॉन से बात हो गई आपकी इसमें?
हाईकॉन को बताया था सर.
अच्छा अभी
वो actually in initial command just to provide the initial request which we did was like we wanted the land from the Taiwan, but High Command rejected that proposal that you can't have the land from the Taiwan. So what? But because we have given the money, we can that special cess can be imposed on Taiwan.
So which money you gave? Within 2 weeks you gave the money and you are asking for a debt because
since 1991 to
who told you? Where is in the scenario that debt is not there? See, the whole in the scenario that we have painted, there is no debt from China to Taiwan in the scenario. It is just a taking over. You are assumed, you are attached.
Actually, we took it from the. Actually, we took it from the net that they have actually.
That is a separate. There is no information from the scenario. See, okay, one particular lesson. I think the game is not about what is there in reality. Okay, that is separate. I mean, the extraneous information that is there outside the game should not be considered for your scenario analysis. Otherwise, then you will actually not be playing this game. You are playing some other type of a structure, right? What we are saying is we have given you a scenario, specific scenario, which is very specific about 4-5 points, right? Those 4-5 points only we are asking you to look at possibilities. This is not an exercise in intellectual assessment of some relationship from the past of the real assessment. It is specific to the scenario that we have painted. Okay, how the scenario evolves and what in that scenario, what do you feel we should be doing as a particular country is what we are looking at. Okay, so understood. Yeah.
Sir, but if
what is real scenario?
No, sir. By certain data, if we don't manipulate it, so how can we?
If you are going to validate a scenario that I have given to you, then that's a separate exercise. See, V and V of the scenario that I have given to you as an input, that is a separate exercise that we should do. Whether that scenario is valid, invalid, or not valid, or in what dimension it is valid, will separate exercise.
Okay.
That exercise we are not doing.
Okay, sir. Okay.
But if you want to do, you are most welcome separately. Okay, अलग से आओ. बस ऐसा कहाँ लिखा है हमने कहाँ बताया आपको? नहीं हाँ वही thought imagination is good, but in this case we have to look at the scenario that we have painted. Right? That scenario is the basis, the ground truth from where you start your thinking and also analyzing. Okay? Anyway, we look at the other teams and then maybe do this post-mortem of the game. Okay.
Understood, sir. I thought we have to take the initial actual scenarios, but
बस
now,
बस जो आपने किया वो बताइए, जो सोचा वो तो हमें पता लगेगा.
sorry, sir. Okay, we agreed with Pakistan's proposal of extending our support to open economic corridor using cunning Bay of Bengal route from China to Sri Lanka. That is, right now we do not have any access to Bay of Bengal, but using Malaysia, Myanmar. We're using Myanmar. There is a way route which Cunning is a city in the China, and there is a route which starts from Cunning and it ends at Bay of Bengal. We can use this route to have a trade corridor between Sri Lanka and China. Rather than going from South China complete, we can have only these trade routes. And basic idea behind this opening this trade was to smuggle arms to support Maoists inside the India. So that we will be dropping support, with the help of Pakistan, we will be dropping arms and which will be smuggled to Maoist. And as Maoists are decreasing in that region, we want to uplift them so that India has to fight on multiple fronts. When we will be approaching for Arunachal Pradesh, we want them to be indulged in multiple fronts so that we don't have, they would be, fronts will be diversified.
How Pakistan is helping you in point number 2?
Pakistan will be helping that they will, by using smuggle boats.
Where from? Where from?
Pakistan
Where from?
Pakistan.
Where from?
Geography
between Sri Lanka and
In Sri Lankan ports or in between the trade routes, we will be dropping.
But why Pakistan? I mean, Pakistan is other side of the.
Pakistan is on other side. Pakistan is on the other side. But insurgents of Pakistanis are inside India and they will be helping Maoist. Even Maoist will be taking the arms from those regions directly.
Okay. See, the point is that the assumptions that you are making are alien to the scenario. That is
Got it. I actually got that point. Under diplomatic relations, we are under peace with Taiwan. Established government, an established government is special local insurgency for which we want to send peace force to maintain stability. Those regions which we are in Taiwan, which we have under our control, we want to send peace army to have control. But I got the point that we have to start from that we have taken over complete Taiwan. So in this point is not acceptable. For the uplifting economy of Pakistan, we are issuing money for mining of copper reserves to increase their socio-economic growth. But that money will be used by ISI to train those Afghanistani peoples to when we will need to start fight with the Kashmir. Basically, it's an investment which we are doing. That's all.
Okay, 1 point by submission. 1 point. Our objective for China was to, what were the objectives? Taiwan.
Taiwan was the main objective.
Taiwan, control of Taiwan and merging it with the mainland. Yeah, that is first point. Second was PRI CPEC ensuring that it is taken away from India and they have a control of it. These two are main. Then Arunachal is also third. That if it these three objectives. What exactly you've done this is for that. Secondly, how you are going to mitigate US, because why no information about, because ultimately you have to fight the US. Where is that fight? Where are the actions against US, which anyway is going to come against you, right, for doing this? Taiwan and US is some sort of a, I mean, if you attack Taiwan, the US will come definitely. Where is that mitigation?
I raised the question, sir.
No, question.
What
I'm saying is in this presentation it was not.
Actually, we in this we only showed that we did joint military operations with Russia, so that US will know that we are in support of Russia over Taiwan. So that was the only thing which we did here.
Okay, I think that is one main. I think the focus should have been on looking at taking these objectives and mitigating the possibility of US doing whatever. I mean, countering US actions, because US actions should be coming. Okay, let us hope who is the next. Yeah, you want to
Let's give the chance to Pakistan now.
Pakistan team.
Syndicate Pakistan.
Busy है अपने.
All please come.
You want to
Your
start?
presentation now. Your presentation.
We need your support. Okay, understand what we are discussing here is not specific to the scenario, but overall learning from the perspective of how this happened.
Please come, all of them, please.
Of course, it's very clear. But what exactly happened and what you understood is also important.
Just one point I missed here, which we have even provided to Russia. We need your support against US for the Taiwan issue. We want to do military exercise and will support you on the Ukraine issue at UN and EU. This was a message given to HQ and Russia, and they both have accepted it. This was the point which I missed.
Pakistan, please. Pakistan, please come, please come. All of them, please.
Okay, please, we need to quickly do this, and India should be last, right? क्योंकि सबसे ज़्यादा हालत खराब है इंडिया. Icon.
मीडिया वाला बोल रहा है तुम वजीर आजम तुम्हारा coup कर रहे हो.
सही है, सही है.
आप नहीं कर रहे वैसे कर रहे हैं.
Okay, Pakistan team.
नहीं कर रहे हैं. ठीक है. Good evening. So we are from Pakistan Syndicate, and our main objective was to capture Kashmir.
Okay, please listen.
Our main objective was to capture Kashmir, and the biggest help we had was from the 84th Army from China. So we have formulated a plan. First of all, we need less and less Indian Army in the northern sector, especially Kashmir. For that, we have decided to empower Naxals in the regions of Chhattisgarh. And
Sir, kindly listen to what he's saying, because it's a team exercise. All of us are learning together. Okay? Please focus on what he's saying. Yeah, follow. Why you वापस नहीं?
Yes, sir. So we have decided to empower Naxals with the help of China, and as was mentioned by China, so we are opening a new channel to empower Naxals, which will be from Myanmar, which will be from Myanmar, then Bay of Bengal, from Odisha to Chhattisgarh. This will we have also acquired some arms and ammunition from the US, and this will also be provided to the Naxals only. This is anti-personnel mines and 50 BMG machine guns. We are planning to make Chhattisgarh the Vietnam of India. We want that maximum number of Indian armed forces combined, from all military prospects, should be involved in Chhattisgarh only. Then we were also provided with suicide bombers and biological warfare options as well. So for the suicide bombers, we have opted that we will attack these supply chains, that is DFC and other rails, so that we can disrupt the supply of troops and other ammunitions from reserves to the borders, so that we can halt the cold start doctrine of India. Then we are also planning to plant our virus carrying people in main economic regions such as metropolitan cities and other regions, which can also be used to defend our accession. Then we move on to the military aspect. That is the hard capture of the Kashmir. For that, we have full support from China, and we will be using the 84th Army in a pincer movement. That pincer movement will be from 3 portions. One will be from POK, the other will be from Aksai Chin, and the northernmost will come from the area ceded to China. So what we are planning is to first divide the Indian armed forces into 2 portions, which will be in the eastern region, in the western region and the eastern region. Then our next plan will be to stop the border, to choke the border, or to choke the Punjab and Jammu border, so that, and form our bases, so that India cannot come any forward. Since we have the full support of Chinese 84th Army, we will be doing this to capture the Kashmir finally. Thank you. We are also planning media propaganda, so he will be explaining the media propagandas to further destabilize the India politically. Please explain this.
Who is dealing with the military as of now?
So I am dealing with
you. What are the interests of China supporting Pakistan with the 84th Army? So what China is demanding from Pakistan?
So basically, we will be creating a disturbance so that they and they also have a fake army in posing in the Arunachal Pradesh.
My specific question is, China is supporting Pakistan, and what is the cost they are asking?
Sir, we will be raising voice, as China has mentioned before. We will be raising voice in the UN to stop India from raising voice against Taiwanese accession of China. So we will be combating diplomatically India in UN.
My specific question is, what are the benefits of China to support Pakistan?
The public unrest will be there in India, which will make it more easier for China.
And China will
and
also
in northeastern region also.
So China syndicate doesn't ask you or demanded any. They posed any demand.
China will also have a clearer part to invest.
Whether China demanded game in the game.
No,
whether China has demanded any.
You explain the media propaganda.
Yes. So from the media point of view, propaganda and fake news about increase and insurgency and stolen nukes are there. So we'll float that news. And operation of Muslims in exploiting social flashpoints like broken mosque, like it happened in Manipur and all last month or last to last month. And again, that same on the persecution and human rights violation in Kashmir and Assam or wherever AFSPA is enacted. Social media platforms like Twitter and all will be used for playing or portraying a victim card for Muslims and all that. And main focus will be to create public unrest and road blockage like it happened in that Kisan Andolan and all that. So main focus will be on that, media and this one.
We are also getting. Yes, we are also getting funding from the US to clear all our debts from China. US has agreed to it under the circumstance that we provide them fair accountability.
Sir, we are also engagement of matrix for nuclear weapon usage, that violation of Indus River Treaty, that 5 rivers from the India to Pakistan, though will lead to the nuclear attack. And the third one is, the second one is the effects of disruption of economic hubs like the political hubs and military, heavy military attrition will lead to the nuclear escalation, sir.
Did the umpire agree on this? Did the umpire agree on any of the conditions?
We have presented it to the umpire.
Yes.
Last one, sir. Above
Last one.
70%.
Last one, sir, 70% they are saying that.
Above 70% destruction of the army or the mainland. Yeah. After that, we can use nuclear flashpoint.
Only on the last one.
So that means offensive has to be from India.
Yes, sir.
If that happens, then
Yes.
you will be using the nuclear.
Nuclear.
Absolutely, sir.
70% or 70%.
Above the 70%, we can lead to the nuclear attacks.
Reason also one is like 5 rivers are coming from India to Pakistan. If India blocks them, then Pakistan can.
Boss, kindly listen to what. Hello.
So like if India blocks one of those 5 rivers, Pakistan can go for nuclear attack. And the other thing is, if any of the metro city of Pakistan like Karachi or Lahore is completely like destroyed, then they can go for it.
Heavy military attrition if India has attacked.
Yes, only if India has attacked.
Attack, which attack? Meaning what do you mean by what attack from India? Heavy military attrition of Pakistan, and there are two conditions, right? First is India should have attacked. Right? Second is that heavy military attrition on Pakistan should have happened. Then you are allowed to, then you are saying that we'll use nuclear weapons. Is
Yes,
that
sir,
what you're saying? So, but in this case, who has attacked in our scenario?
Nobody said we are playing it right now.
But we are saying little bit information is there that attack is there from the Pakistan side.
At the last moment.
Sir, to prevent India from
Pakistan, in the scenario, if you remember in what we said, Taliban's plus Pakistan army, along with the 84th Chinese army, will sort of try to.
Yes, sir. That is in the latest changes.
Yes, sir. So to prevent India to
Sir, that will be in the later. Yes, sir.
After the unrest is there. In our scenario that was painted, it was mentioned clearly.
But don't hurry up, listen to him.
In the scenario that you have you read the scenario?
Yes, sir.
हाँ, उसमें यही लिखा है कि वो हो गया. So that inflation in people who have already come inside, that attack has happened, but not through ostensibly. See, it is all we said deniability as part of this, but it's a. I mean, they are basically saying all these scenarios, there are actual operations going on which are military operations, but they are deniable because they are being executed by camouflaged groups, which are camouflaged like whatever Taliban's or insurgents or whatever. Plus, all these guys are there in this. All military forces are there. So actually, it is an attack by Pakistan. Plus China. I mean, it's a combined attack, but camouflaged. Even 84th Army is camouflaged as Pakistanis. Yes. I mean, or whatever insurgents, right? So that is the whole idea. So everywhere is deniability, but actually it is an attack.
Yes, sir.
Military attack.
So to prevent India from actually separating at the Balochistan or to have us.
Balochistan को कहीं पे भी नहीं बोला हमने.
Sir, because it is for us assessment.
आपका India का assessment आपने दिया. मतलब you said
this is our assumption.
Okay, anticipated. Then to do the उसके लिए क्या? See, what did our question was? That's right. Okay. So how to assess Indian response? So in response, may you assess that India will do something in Balochistan?
Because there was a
statement that what did it do?
So to prevent from India acting like that, we will be using tactical nuclears that we have to attack the military bases.
वो तो logically आपको मन नहीं लगा ना. आप देखिए ना. India will do similar type of thing as you are doing in Kashmir to do.
But that mutually agreed destruction, the MAD doctrine, that will prevent India from going any further. Because yes, India can also.
No. इस scenario में वो जो scenario हम आप बता रहे उसमें if you say that isolate Balochistan, right? India will do, right? So वो बीच में nuclear escalation matrix में आपका first strike from India, conventional strike, is not going to happen because scenario is saying that you have attacked.
So, but India can retaliate further.
हाँ, तो first attack नहीं हुआ ना. See the point.
That will be a denial. Whatever attack India does, that will be a denial.
It is a deniable mechanism. If
how will you use nukes?
So this will deter India.
See, the logic नहीं है. वो जो logically.
So this will deter India from actually. They can find out later on that this was a disguise and that we did this. So to recapture the Kashmir.
You understand the question that?
Yes, sir. That it will be a disguised attack from.
Fundamental question is, in a deniable scenario.
Yes, sir.
Both sides.
Yes, sir.
There is no conventional military operation from both sides.
Absolutely, sir.
Can nuclear options be used? That is a very big question.
No, sir.
But what you are saying is you can. See what is coming.
That is what I am saying.
If they inflict more damage in Balochistan, then we can.
40 to 50% military assets. See that you are not getting the sense, right?
Sir, that is what.
Let me clarify.
नहीं nuclear वाला जो था ना. It is actually a very important question that we are discussing. By the way, the nuclear option is a most debated sort of a discussion. When will it be used?
Sir,
or if it can be used?
Yes. Let me ask this. Sir, we have been asked to what is Pakistan's escalation matrix for the nuclear weapon uses. So all those 3 points, bullet 1, 2, 3 are okay.
Yeah.
Only the heavy military attrition, which we are as of now discussing, is, sir, because when 84 Army or the Pakistan Army will be in action, India will retaliate it, counterfire. They'll do it. And
yeah, that is fine. I'm saying, but your Balochistan operation leading to that.
No. We have not, sir. We are saying political hubs.
That is fine.
Yeah.
I mean, this is fine.
These are thresholds only.
See, from the nuclear weapon usage matrix.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Sir.
But the specific way that you're saying that from the Balochistan thing, this may lead to that is not acceptable.
Sir, this is an example. Baluchistan is an example, but
Balochistan will not lead to heavy military aggression and nuclear, right?
yes, sir. Like it happened in the Parliament attack. The attack was done by the militants, but Indian Army then posed in a attacking position. But then later, Pervez Musharraf said that we will take action. So that the actions were doused. So to prevent India from taking another similar posture, that if they have discovered that okay, we were disguised or they were backed by us, to prevent India taking any similar posture, we have did this that if they start an expeditionary attempt to get into Pakistan, break Pakistan, this and we suffer these more damage, then we will start a nuclear strike.
So that is after you have suffered 50% attrition.
Yes, sir.
Military attrition.
Yes, sir.
Yes, that is fine. So that is some sort of a rule that you have.
Yes, sir.
That is fine. But specific mapping to that Balochistan.
This is an example, sir. That
वो example match नहीं होगा ना.
Okay, sir.
Anyway,
Okay, sir.
Okay. Anyone wants to? Okay. Maybe thanks for this. I think. By the way, understand we are trying to sort of. This is the first time all of you are doing, and also some of these terms and things are there. But the experience and also looking at the decision parameters that goes into these sort of decisions at the national level. Because if we are going to really study this conflict, we need to understand how these conflicts evolve, what actually happens, right, in the dynamics. So that is some sort of a study of this dynamics. Of course, it is not really a truth. It is a scenario that we wanted to create, study, and also give you a flavor of what. Okay. Next team.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other team? Next team? अभी time है ना? China, Pakistan हो गया? Or shall we talk to US? पहले रशिया का बात. रशिया तो इधर भी है हमारे. इधर भी है.
Hello, we are representing Russia in this workshop.
Okay, guys, please listen to. Hello. Kindly listen to other teams also.
We do not actually have a PPT ready, but we will try our best to do a good presentation. So for our objectives, our main objective was to annex Ukraine or make a puppet government in Ukraine. And along with that, we had to supply arms to India and keep it as a good diplomatic relations with India. We did not have to lose India. So keeping in view the relationship between India and Russia, Russia will never officially make any alliance with China so that it doesn't ruin the relation with India, but it will maintain a diplomatic support on Taiwan issue to India, to China. But so that India doesn't go far away from Russia, the relation doesn't sour. Russia has also approved the supply of oil tankers for India's oil reserves as requested, and also has approved the supply of military equipment for aircrafts that was requested by India.
Sir, hello, boss. Kindly listen to the team.
Along with supplying military equipment to India, Russia has also offered a new batch of S-500 to India to meet their current requirements for any war conditions. Now to annex Ukraine, our objective was to either annex Ukraine or put a puppet government in Ukraine. So we have supported separatist groups in East Ukraine that are already existing there and are pro-Russian. And as the situation deteriorated in Ukraine, Russia is bound to interfere and take control to stabilize the situation in Ukraine and install a puppet government there. China has granted offer of special economic corridor to Russia through BRI and in South China Sea. So Russia is thinking over that, but has put it on hold. As was the chronology, as was requested by India, the oil supply for their needs. So we have approved the oil tankers as needed by India. For China, we have supported China against Taiwan, but we have not directly engaged US on that, and we have not officially made alliance with China to not enrage India. As a reply and thanks for that, China has given its support to Russia over its issue on Ukraine. Along with this, since we have given India the oil supports and military equipments and S-500, India has also given its support to Russia and has said to abstain voting against Russia in the UNSC. Yes, sir.
Has India supported you on Ukraine issue? Sorry, has India supported Russia on Ukraine issue? Did umpire give a yes?
We received a note that India will not vote against Russia in the UNSC.
We have assured the support. Yeah, but you have assured us, right?
That was the kind of support we gave. You gave that, but ICON did yes. Russia and India. Central voting, I gave it better.
Sir, we both agree, so there is no point of high con.
Okay, so it is not about writing letters to each other. Okay, it is about playing the game. Okay.
What we said was we can't help them by actually supporting the move because they've taken over. But what we can do is we can abstain from voting. That is what we said.
No, logic. I understand the logic. What he is asking is whether it was went through the proper.
But did they prove it? The next part is.
But what was the approval?
Sir, we both agree, so.
But that umpire is not. So did you receive that denial?
No, we did not receive any denial. We just received the note from them.
Okay, fine.
No, we have actually received in return from them.
Okay, please.
No, we have written in received from them that they're going to.
No problem. Continue.
So, keeping in mind the US engagement in Taiwan issue and over Ukraine, we first decided to redeploy 30% more troops on the Ukrainian border, but it was denied by the SQ. So we have decided to fuel the separatist groups already there in East Ukraine, so that the situation there deteriorates, and using that we have taken control of Ukraine, fulfilling our objective.
Okay, good. You have some more clarification? Okay, in the interest of time, we'll move to the next teams. One thing is that the key message is really to focus on the conflict part and look at the scenario. So at least you are focused on the objective of taking Ukraine. However, they need to really nullify the possibility of US actions. Yes, so that interaction doesn't seem to be there. I mean, because of that interest.
For that case, we actually provoked China to engage with US by bringing up this Taiwan, by making a military alliance initially.
So you said that China will help you and you will help each other?
No, we are just telling China to engage with the US. That's why we initially
with US in that Ukraine.
Initially, we proposed a military exercise with the China to provoke US and to get US involved in conflict.
See, Chinese military capabilities are not per se in terms of their soldiers or whatever, not as
That's
Russia.
why we did military exercise with them initially.
No, so I didn't get what is this thing? You are using military Chinese military in Europe? Is
No, sir. We did military exercise in Taiwan Strait with Taiwan. Only for as a show.
The China-Taiwan conflict, so that China-Taiwan conflict occurs and it goes in full swing. But
Then we retracted.
US gets busy there, and in the meantime,
Then we backed off.
Okay.
Sure.
and in the meantime, we have did our action on Ukraine so that US doesn't directly involve there, and so that it doesn't directly involve there, we have not even increased our troops there.
So NATO will also not involve in.
So okay.
I just have one thought.
Yes, sir.
Then we'll take a break for 5 minutes. Only point is, Russia is supplying
Wait, wait,
S-400
officer.
to India.
Yes.
Chinese
कल ये लोग नहीं होने वाले हैं।
annexation of Taiwan has already taken place.
Yes.
The next target for China is India.
Yes.
Russia seems to be a partner to China. As
Yes.
far as Taiwan is concerned, China would want, Russia does not supply S-400, S-500 to India. Whereas that is one of your points, right?
Yes.
So won't it make China angry?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. It was in the last half hour that it happened that we retracted, and we also supplied S500 in the last half hour, not initially.
Okay.
We are officially,
They had their reservations, so they
we are
denied.
supporting China's stand on Taiwan.
5 minutes break, please. Then we start with Russia.
So you will come back. Okay. How many teams are left? US is left. India. Okay. 5 minutes. Okay, guys. Thank you. Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So the take break, sir. Hello? All we'll go for a tea, high tea for that in that lounge. Kindly, all students and all our guests, please. Tomorrow we will continue from where we have left. We'll continue tomorrow at 10 o'clock, 10:15 around. So you come at, you are here. After the first class, we'll go. After the first lecture, we'll come here and we'll start wherever we have left.
आज close नहीं कर रहे हैं।